Good morning. How is everybody? I am very early. I've been down here for a while. I've been down here for about an hour already. I was just like, I want to get online. I want to talk to the peeps. So I am early. So I'm just going to start off by taking the zip out of this muslin that I made for the Lacala dress. And the princess seams are in the wrong place. It doesn't quite fit right. And I was saying in the Patreon waffle that went up yesterday, just had an email to say I've gone live, so that's good. But yeah, I was just saying, I was saying in the Patreon waffle yesterday that I'm going to try and draft my own version of this from my sloper for the lace dress, and I'm probably still going to try and do that. But I also had a bit of an idea. The 6380 is actually a very similar bodice, and I think would look really good with the lace that I want to use. I'm using the turquoise lace first because it's the least precious to me. So yeah, I was thinking I might do that one because I really just would like to get one of the lace dresses done. And you know, it was never meant to be a draft my own kind of pattern challenge. It was meant to just be sew up the laces, and I would like to get some of my projects that scare me done this year. I've done a few. I have not abandoned a few. I have moved a few to next year. You know, I've had at the beginning of the year, I had so many kind of non-successes, because then, I mean, technically they're fails, but they're also things I learned lots of things from doing all of them. So I did kind of retreat into comfort sewing, and I've done that for the rest of the year really, and that's kind of annoyed me, but also meant that my sanity has been preserved. And I would like to get one of these lace dresses done, and I do think that Gertie dress is going to look amazing. I'd still use the Lacala sleeves, but it has the waist details and the neckline that I want without having to alter it. And I can use the skirt from the Butterick 5951 still if I want to, although I'm going to compare the skirt pieces because I think the Gertie one is not quite as long as the other one, and I think I would prefer the longer version. But yeah, I think that, and it's a quick sew as well, and I know how it goes together, and I know how I'd put the lace on it to get the finish that I want. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll do that. Caroline says good morning. Good morning. Elena says good morning, lovely Shannon Peeps. Good morning, Elena. Joker Cleese, morning all. Did you British folk remember the 2 set Stonehenge back an hour this morning? Lol. We did that last week. Yeah, we did that last week, not this week. You guys are late. I am teasing, of course. Right, my zip is free. That's been in 2 muslins now. Served me very well. I have ordered the lining for my Berda Dirndl. That was the other muslin that this zip was in. And I actually think that I'm not going to put a side zip in. I think I'm going to make it a front fastening closure, and I'm going to do it with hooks and eyes. So I'm like straying massively from the pattern, but I actually think that will work better for me. And isn't that the point of sewing, that we can take something and have a look at it and go, yeah, I like that, but I'd like it more if it was this. So that's what I'm going to do. I actually also think that I want to take apart the white dress that it's going to go over and move the waistline up. For as much as I keep saying it's a happy accident that I've put the waistline where I have on that dress, for me to feel comfortable wearing it, I would have to wear it with a belt, which is not the end of the world. We all know I like and have many, many belts, but I think I would prefer it if the waistline was maybe up a bit, still maybe slightly dropped waist, but maybe not as much, or as much of a drop waist as it's currently got, because I do think that bugs me. Right, so you are a 16-inch zip that looks perfectly usable. So you can go back into the 16-inch zip box, which Here you go. Okay. Now, you are not the right foot. You are the right foot. Sewing machine is on. Skirt pieces are prepped. I've been down here, like I say, for a while, so I've been getting myself sorted. Elena says to Joker, please, my reading capabilities are struggling today. I first read that your minion is finishing his bottle of fake blood. Oh, I've missed a whole bunch of stuff out. Chris says good evening from South Australia. Good evening. Vox says here, hello everyone. Hello. Joker Clee says, oh, and the Minion Man says hello. He's currently finishing up a bottle of fake boob juice for breakfast. Elena, that's so funny. Joker Clee says, well, we bought enough garlic this week to kill every vampire within 250 miles, so I doubt that's going to happen. Lol. Nice. Gin and Pin says, morning peeps. Kato is now 12 weeks old and eating me out of house and home, so can't hang out as long as I need to go shopping again. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. So cute. Right. Okay. So we are 6 minutes and 22 seconds into the stream, and I'm gonna attempt to start sewing if I can get my phone charger in the right place. There we go. Yay. Okay, phone charger in. This battery is charged, so just going into the pit of despair at the moment, but I am going to be making myself a by Annie, I think it's called, oh, what's it called? Hang on, let me have a look. Let's get this right, because Power Trip, that's what it's called. I'm going to be making myself a by Annie Power Trip cable organizer because this is ridiculous. I'm making myself a new one of these bags. This is my most used bag, and I'm going to do it because I designed it. I mean, technically I ripped off Dior, but you know, I'm going to try and do a tutorial for this. But that's the kind of tech management solutions. It all just kind of goes into the bottom and it's not great. So I'm going to make myself a new one of these with some fabric I specifically bought for that purpose at the Knitting and Stitching show. And then I'm going to try and make a by Annie, not by hand London, by Annie Power Trip cable and, you know, tech organizer pouch to go in it. That's the plan. I need to buy a few pieces for that, and that I am trying to work out what color scheme I want to go for, because I need 3/4 of a yard of the outside fabric, and I would love to use the matching fabric for this replacement bag that I'm going to do, which is totally stepping all over Friday's video at this point. This tapestry, butterfly tapestry that I got, but as I say, I want to make a book tote out of it as well, and I don't think I'm going to have enough for both. I might have enough for both. And then the zips that I've got are the kind of ochre colored one with the rose gold icicle pulls, and I need 64 inches of it, which I think I still have left, and 5 zipper pulls, which I do have, because I stupidly bought both sizes of zipper tape but only one size of zipper pull. So I have all of the size 3 zipper pulls, so I'm just going to use size 3, but it means I need to get some mesh fabric to go into the Power Trip bag, and then I need a lining for it as well, and I don't really I need a lining for that as well. I might see if Mum will let me raid her stash, because I don't think I've got anything in my bag lining stash that's gonna work, that I have enough of. No, probably not. Either that or I can go to the Stitching Almas. I need to go up to the Stitching Almas anyway, and I have an appointment in Ryde on Friday morning this week. I've got lots of appointments on Friday, fun times. None of them are great either. So, you know, it would be nice to put some fabric shopping in there because, yeah, but yeah, if I go to Stitching Almas, I need to take some wool back from Mum, see if she's got an extra ball of wool for the green stuff that I bought ages ago. And I can take the tapestry fabric with me and have a look and see if I can find a lining that I like for that. Words are hard. I'm sorry. I'm trying to process what I'm saying at the same time as saying it, and I'm failing miserably. Oh yeah, Joker Clee says, I also made the mistake of taking my wife to a bigger fabric store this week too, when we were in for her specialist appointment. She has now declared, screw the food. If the looting starts, we're going to Marshall's and looting all the linen. Lol. It's actually an independent fabric store, not a junk tchotchke chain store. Nice. Yeah. Nimoy says, hello everyone. Hello. Una says, love that dress you're wearing, Sean. Thank you. It's my tiger's eye dress. So yes, the 7319, which I absolutely love and is out of print, and I highly recommend if you can find it. I also think I've got like I have a feather duvet and pillows, and I bought those way before. I've had them for decades now, literal decades, and I would probably never buy feather one again unless it was a byproduct of the meat industry, because I had no idea about how down duvets and stuff were made. Like, it didn't compute for me, and now that I know, I would not repurchase. I have a Tempur memory foam pillows and a Tempur memory foam, not a Tempur memory foam mattress. That's thousands of pounds. Octo Smart one, but yeah, I have feather duvet and pillows, as I say, that I've owned for decades now, and they shed feathers everywhere every time you change the bed and shed shake everything up. I think I have a feather stuck in my tights. I might need to go and sort this out because I'm being scratched and it's not pleasant. Ow! I think I need to go and sort that out, but I will do that off camera in a second. Jojo says, morning, happy Sunday all, hope you're all well. Very well, thank you. How are you? Elena says, that's so nice tapestry fabric. It is lovely, and I think it's going to make a really nice one of these bags. Like, I love this bag, and I'm not going to retire it, but I designed the pack for this ages ago to be a copy of the Dior book tote, and it's not. Like, I think Sosteen has done a slightly better version of that, but I still use this every day, and it's still a really handy bag. I know not everybody has my lifestyle, and not everybody needs to carry all their tech crap from sewing studio to house and back again, but this is my most used bag, so I thought I would, and it's really simple as well, so I thought I would sew, and hello, I thought I would sew up another one, and then put the tutorial out for that in December, because I'm trying to film a bunch of stuff so that I have extra videos to go up in December as well as Vlogmas, because I always do struggle with doing my proper videos as well as Vlogmas, so I'm trying to prepare ahead of time. That is the plan anyway. We'll see how that goes. So yeah. Pin says, I have 1 meter of duck egg blue faux leather to make a bag for my laptop, but then again, it would make an awesome skirt. So it's just sitting there, living its 2 lives at once. Yeah. Claire is here. Good morning, Shannon Peeps. Good morning. Jane says, morning all. Been for a nice walk and going to do some cutting out. Nice. Joker Ecclesias says, yes, she immediately fell in love with the linen and everything about it, except for the price. $36.99 per meter was a bit much for her. That is expensive, but linen is lovely. Good linen is lovely. Nimue says, I bought myself an early birthday present at the beginning of the week. Found that embroidered chambray nobody had at the market. Yay. Oh, cool. Nice. And Julie Elizabeth says, good morning from Virginia. Right, I need to go and sort this feather out because honestly, I am being scratched and it's not pleasant. And I did say 6 minutes in I was going to start sewing, but I need to sort this feather out because I think that's what it is. Is it a feather? It was the teeny tiny little quill of a feather. And now it is gone. That's better. Because it was trying to kill me and I did not approve. Did not approve. I fixed my red skirt yesterday. I did say I was going to wear that today, but I haven't. I have put this on instead. And the vote for the velvet that I should pick for my green velvet coat repair has been chosen by the Peeps. They've picked ebony, so I'm going to order mulberry. I'm sorry. I know it's there were a lot of people change their mind on the ebony to mulberry after they'd seen it on like camera, because trying to take a photo of that stuff is impossible. I think black would be safe, but I do really like the mulberry, and we know I am not really a black kind of a girl, so yes, I am going to order the mulberry, and that's my Christmas present from Mum and Dad, but they're letting me have it early so that I can work on it during December. And I have dark milk chocolate buttons because I have taken medication that I can't take on an empty stomach. Chocolate is a reasonable thing to not have an empty stomach with, right? Oh God. Jojo says, I'm smashing today, learning more crochet. Your wrap is finished, but still haven't mastered the roses for that jacket. Lol. That is amazing. Thank you, Jojo. I still need to pick a wool. I have in my head I know what I want. And I was sure it existed. And it does. But on a very different words are hard. It was on a very different website to the one I thought it was on. So yeah, I'm going to have a look at that website. But again, that's not something that I'm going to splurge on for a while. So yes. Oh, again, the Patreon peeps have seen this already, but I ordered a sample of this sweater knit from Minerva, and it is absolutely glorious. It is £30 meter, ridiculously expensive. But I want to make that little shrug that's very similar in shape to this, but it's sewn. And I want it to go in with this collection. I also want to get some scuba, suede scuba from Fabric Styles, like the bottle green, ivory and red that I've got there. I want to get some in this ochre color to add into the Anaconda Antithesis collection, because there are yellow colors in the print of both the buttermilk and the blue. So I think the yellow is going to look really good in that. So yeah, pleased with that. That's going to be the first thing that I work on next year. I'm excited. Part of the capsule collection that I filmed with Nicola, the planning for that is going to be based around this. Although I have picked a different viscose to make a shirt dress out of, because I don't have any of the Anaconda Antithesis in a shirt dress, which annoys me, because in a shirt dress, in a viscose, I have it all on cotton line, cotton drill, and I do have some of the Lena crepe, which I was going to make a three-quarter circle skirt out of. But I don't wear print bottoms if I'm not wearing a print that matching top. And it's the polyester crepe, so I don't want to make a top out of it. So I'm thinking I might pivot and use that for a lining for a cream wool that I've got. And the cream wool I'm thinking I'm going to make the Lezon trench coat out of that. And I'm going to fully line it, and I'm going to lengthen it a bit. And I need to take the shoulders in. I tried my black one on because mum's adopted the black one, and it's lovely. But the reason I was struggling to bring my arms forward is because the shoulders are not sitting on my shoulder points by about 1 inch. Because I've done a size 42, which I need for my bust, but I need to do a size 40 for my shoulders. So I'm going to go back and alter the pattern a little bit for that. Lengthen it as much as I can with the wool that I've got and draft a lining for it. I think I'm actually going to splurge on that one as well and send off some of the fabric to Harlequin to have a proper belt made for it, because at the moment I just did a tie belt, and I think like a proper belt for that coat would look really, really good, and it's going to go really well with this collection. How many people need an ivory coat? Not many. I appreciate that it's probably a daft thing to make, but I've bought the wool, so it's got to do something with it. So yeah, that's what I'm planning. Right, I'm waffling. I know I'm waffling. So let's work on these skirt panels, because that is what I wanted to do today. Now, are you the back? Put my pin in. No, you're the front. You're a front. And you are also a front, which means you must be a back. Yes. Because you have an orange pin. Pockets. I'm going to French seam those in a second. And then you are also, yes, you're also a back. So I'm going to sew the back seam together first, because I know what I'm like. And making a bit for freedom. If I don't sew the back seam together first, I will get distracted because I'm talking to you lovely lot. And if I get distracted, it could end up that I sew one of the pockets into the wrong seam. But I've marked the front, I've marked the back. The side seams do have words are hard. The side seams do have notches in them to distinguish that they are side seams, and they have places for putting the pockets in and everything. So theoretically, I shouldn't mess up, but this is me. So let's sew the back seam whilst, as the first thing to do, so that I don't mess up, because that to me makes sense. Watch me still mess up anyway. Hopefully not, but we never know. And again, don't pin on your lap, pin on a flat surface. Don't do like I do. Do as I say, not as I'm showing you. Let's see. Elena says, Miko Craft also has the pattern of Dior tote. Oh, cool. I didn't know that, and I haven't looked because, like I say, I drafted my own, so I'm just going to put that up. And theoretically, that and the May sewing retreat are going to be the first things that are available on my website, because I need to get that done. Really do need to get that done. And the sooner I start on that, that's November's project, background project, obviously, because, you know, but I would like to launch it in December. That is the plan. I've said it here. I hope I can stick to it. I mean, I've paid for this bloody website for a year. I did get 50% off because they were doing a sale last year, so I'm glad that I did it. But I don't know what's been holding me back. I'm not very good with technology at the best of times. As much as my mum and dad think I am a tech genius, I'm really not. I just push buttons and find out and try and play around and see what what happens. But yeah, I need to get this website sorted because I need to start advertising the sewing retreat. I mean, technically I've got 14 people coming to 10 spaces, because that's how many people have said that they want to book, but it's always very different when the actual thing comes out and then people are like, ooh, maybe not. So, you know, I need to start advertising it. Fingers crossed it will sell out. If I get another, as I said, I've got 10 spaces, 14 people interested. If I get another 3 people, 4 people, so that I have 18 people interested, I will run 2. And I've spoken to the Foxhills about that, and they're very happy for that. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Rock says, it's just started raining here again. It has been raining for days. I hope it does not affect my internet. Oh no. Yeah, we had torrential rains yesterday. We have blue skies at the moment, which is nice, but it was affecting our internet yesterday as well, which sucks. Nimue says, I have to do my colour selection for the rose jacket because I'm asking for a yarn as a birthday Christmas present. It's a lot of yarn, and in merino blend, it gets expensive quickly. Ooh, this is true. I still think I'm going to go for an all-over red with a cream background and a slightly variegated green. I think that's going to look really pretty. Leslie's here. Hey, Peeps and Sean. Hello. Nimue says, the mulberry looked much better on the stream. I didn't change my vote, but don't disagree at all. I know. Joker Clee says, breaks out an arrow bar, says Sean's not eating chocolate alone. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. You're very selfless. I like it. Sarah says, when is the video of the hemispheric coat coming out? I'm holding off cutting out a 6800 in case I love the hemispheric more. You will be seeing the finished result of the hemispheric on Tuesday. I'm not doing a sew along for it because there's already a brilliant sew along by Pauline Alice available on YouTube for everybody. So there's no need for me to do a sew along for it. And the sew along is in French, but it's got English subtitles and it's really, really good. And I didn't look at the instructions once. I followed the sew along completely, and I don't speak French at all. I mean, I did French at school, and it all has left my brain. So, yeah, I'm not doing a sew along for it, but I will show you what it looks like. I mean, I'll happily show you what it looks like now. I am, however, going to be doing 2 6-8-0-0 coats in December. I'm going to be refashioning my green velvet one, and I'm going to be making my red long version as well. So I am going to be doing 2 of those in December. That's the plan, as well as my red dress project and a take on the Star Wars dress that I'm going to like, and it's going to look good, and then I'm going to give that one up. I had to take the Star Wars dress footage off of my laptop the other day because it was full. It was 35 gigs of footage of stuff that I filmed for the Star Trek dress, and so I've taken it off the laptop. My external hard drive, the cat spilt water over it, so that doesn't work, so I need to go take that to someone to have the data from that rescued. But yeah, I had to take it off my computer so I could edit this other stuff that I had, because I've got loads of huge videos that are kind of like part way through, like the corset one. The sewing room tour is coming out in December as well. I decided to wait until the best paying month of the year to bring out a video that probably will do well. So yeah, yeah, I've got a lot of red projects to do in December. I think I've got 4. I've written down. I keep getting distracted. I'm trying to sew and I'm getting distracted. I've got a lot of projects I want to do in November, but they're all sort of like mini projects. There's a lot that will take a day. But December's sewing. Yeah, red wool 6-800, red velvet and embroidered silk, little red dress project, green coat refashion, and the Star Trek dress. Final attempt. I can do it. It'll be fine. Totally fine. I'm getting notifications. Oh, I made the mistake of going onto eBay and having a look at Irregular Choice shoes. and I've fallen in love with so many. I really like the Nick of Time ones, and they do them in some beautiful colors, and I really want an orange pair and a yellow pair, which might sound ridiculous but actually will be very versatile in my wardrobe. So yeah. April says good morning. Well, good morning. Gin and Pin says I've been practicing spinning on my drop a spindle this week, loving it, but having a kitten trying to play with it at the same time doesn't help. I can imagine that it's just like this not the one, but so much fun, but not the one. Michelle says good morning, peeps. I'm back. Missed you all the last 2 weeks. Have you had? You were away though, weren't you, Michelle? Were you having fun? Nimoy says beige and cream coats are actually quite on vogue from what I see on students wear. Practicality is a different matter, but meh. Well, I'm thinking I can Scotch guard it, and I mean I've bought the fabric, so you know, yeah. Anna's here. Hey peeps, how are you? I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Elena says to Nimoy, nice to see you. And Jojo says, oh, I wish I had some chocolate. Might have to make a hot chocolate instead. I'm planning a cream coat and have a feeling it'll spend 2/3 of its life in the dry cleaners. Lalapalooza says, oh my gosh, was just thinking, why the heck is KB an hour late? Just looked at the time on my iPad and realized I would set the clocks back an hour. Elena says, maybe I will also cut out my 6-800 mock-up with you in December. Yes. Asley says, finishing some sock wipe. Missed simple knitting. Sock works in progress. Sock whips. Did autocorrect do you dirty? Michelle says yes. We went to Disneyland in Orlando for the school break. It was a great time. Ah, so jealous. I'm so jealous. Sarah, do you want me to try the hemispheric coat on now and show you, or is it a sew along that you were waiting for? Because if it was, I'm afraid that's not coming. But I'm happy. I'll happily try the coat on now for you. I love it. I'm so pleased with it. I will talk you through the changes that I made. It is very short in the torso. I've added 2.5 inches of length. Ashley says, yeah, autocorrect wipes was meant to be whips. Works in progress. You have to giggle. So I have red thread on my machine at the moment. And always in my head, this fabric reads way more red than it is blue, but I'm thinking it's probably very blue. So I'm going to sew this, although I might change my mind because this bobbin is having issues. I know you have thread on you. You're fine. So we were 33 minutes in and I started sewing. That's not too bad, right? Oh, let me tip you down a little bit so you can actually kind of see what I'm doing. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, that's better. Oh, hello. So, yeah, I might switch over. Whatever happens when this bobbin actually does run out, I will change it and put this in the pile of bobbins that are no longer working, because it's really frustrating only being able to sew 7 stitches. So yeah. Nori says, well, I finally get around to laying out October for my temperature quilt, and 8 days in I'm out of yellow. Sigh, cutting it is. Oh no. Ashley says, watched the last 2 Sunday lives yesterday while knitting. Love your hemispheric coat and Gertie cape combo. It looks amazing on you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really pleased with it. And if I have got any spare time this month, I am going to try and make a little muff to go with it. Gertie's done a pattern and I've got quite a bit of this grey floof left. Where's the floof? The floof is in here. It's hiding under the pink floof. I've got quite a lot of the grey floof left. So I'm thinking a little muff would really kind of bring the whole thing together. I have no idea how often I'll wear the cape, but I'm glad that I've tried it. And it is a successful thing off of my Make 9, because my Make 9 this year is in a shambles. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I am going to make the society dress, but I need to have that printed, which I need to get done, actually, thinking about it. I'm going to have some More chocolate. What was I saying? I need to have the society dress printed. I bought the fabric for it. I'm going to make that one. I have a feeling that's going to be my Christmas Day one. I'm still really torn about making it into a dress and making it into a dressing gown. I think I probably need to make the dress. I think I need to make the dress. I can always make a dressing gown as well if I want to. And the Hepburn top. I am struggling to find a fabric that I want to make the Hepburn top out of, which might sound daft, and it is a bit daft, but yeah, I'm struggling to find one that I really want to make that out of. Caroline says, I found that the fold line printing is much cheaper than net printer. Oh, good. I will try those. Thank you for the recommendation. Ashley says, yes, for the muff. Perfect snow outfit. Thank you. Elena says, but don't you have any darts to sew now? How will we measure today's sewing progress? Well, today I want to get 2 skirts done so they can start dropping and doing their biasy thing. And one has French seam pockets, but doesn't need bias binding. And then the other one has a lining and does need bias binding. But this one has a facing, which I need to cut the interfacing out for. But this is a circle skirt. Joker Clear says their minion man's demands have been met. Clean nipples and tucked into bed with mum. Like clean nappy nipples. Oh my god! I remember from you saying earlier that you were feeding him, and that was what I was thinking. I need to get my eyes checked because that's genuinely what I read. Nappies. Clean nappy and tucked into bed with mum. The atrocious weather has been assessed. Snow, freezing rain, and actual rain this afternoon. Ew. Caroline says £6 for 3 A0 sheets plus postage. Nice. Thank you for the recommendation. I will check them out. Joker Clee says, and the chocolate bar has been consumed in its entirety. Now to find the kettle amongst the jars of homemade canned soup currently inhabiting the stovetop. You can do it. Words are hard. We'll just say that, shall we? And leave it there. I wonder if I'll get demonetized now. Ah, dear. Never mind. Never mind. I knew what I meant. I did. Joker Clee says, dies laughing at clean nipples. I genuinely thought from the bottle, like, that isn't that what that? Oh, yeah. Nappies. I like last week I misread hat as hair and went off on a tangent about my hair for God knows how long. So yeah, doing well. Okay, moving swiftly on. What I was saying about, I remember about these is they need to release Anaconda Antithesis on viscose. They need to do it. They said they were going to do it last year and they haven't, and I need it. Elena says the term of today, clean nipples with fake blood. And yes. Oh dear. Let's see. Inaria says, good morning. I may nod off at any moment, though it may be daylight savings for back time. It's still too early for me to considering it's 10 minutes before 4 o'clock. Oh, wow, that is early. That is very early. Anna says, Teets, that could accidentally be misread. Yes, totally. And it's kind of what I meant, but yeah. Words are hard. This is why I'm not allowed out unsupervised. I mean, realistically, I probably shouldn't be allowed to do this unsupervised, or definitely without a filter. The ability to not edit this is always terrifying. I remember how nervous I was when I did the first one of these, and now it's just like, yeah, it's totally fine. You asked me to speak in front of, there's 84 of us at the moment and 21 likes. Please do like the stream because I promise it helps. But 83 of us now. But yeah, if I had to speak out in front of 83 people in actual real life, I would not be able to do that at all. That would not happen. Well, not well anyway. Not well. I'm quite excited about this dress. The muslin came out really nicely with the raised back, and I actually think this might be a candidate for my capsule wardrobe because the fabric that I'm using, I already have a dress out of it, and so I'm thinking I really do need to make the dress that I make in that capsule wardrobe a button-up rather than a zip-back one, because I already have a zip-back one. And I'm really not ruling out doing the 9345 again, because we know I love it. It works really well. It does exactly what I need it to. It fits nicely. And I'm not ruling out using that pattern again, because I firmly believe that you should reuse your patterns when you've spent time getting them to fit you the way that you like. But I appreciate that I have done the capsule wardrobe from that pattern already, and people might not want to see that because it might work for me, but it might not be great for other people to see that. So I'm still trying to think about which pattern I'm going to use as my pinafore from the 5 pieces that I'm making, which will probably end up being way more than 5 pieces. Let's see what they do. Sandy says, happy Sunday, first time joining you live. What machine are you sewing on? This is a Danina 830. It is my baby. I love it. Not without its problems and totally unnecessary expenditure if you don't. I mean, nobody needs all the things that this thing does. I don't know one person who's like, yes, I use every single feature that this machine has, but I love it. It's my baby. Mum has the 880. She had the 440 for a while, which my sister-in-law now has. And yeah, tis awesome. I love it. I had the money to spend at the time. I'm really glad that I have it. She loves me. I love her. I haven't named my sewing machine. I'm not a namer of things, but yeah. Sue says, morning all. Ooh, what are you making, Sean? I am sewing up the skirts on the 9182 and the 5951, both of which will probably drop on the bias. So I thought I would get these sewn up so that they could do their biasy thing, so that when I finally get around to actually making the main body of the dress, that I will be able to hem them pretty much the same day that I make them. Because this one I owe a sew along for, and I will be doing a sew along for it because I have made a few changes to the bodice of it, but I want to make one up and have it in my wardrobe and wear it and see if I like it. I think I'm going to. I think it's going to be a good one. But yeah, I've made a few sew-alongs previously where, like, I've done the sew-along for the thing and then I've changed stuff later. Because the first one that I've made is the one that I did in the sew-along, which is fine, but I think for me this makes more sense. Although it does mean that if I hate the dress, then the sew-along may never happen. But then I would let you guys know why in the lookbook. Like, you know, I'm not going to make another one of these for this reason, because I don't like X, Y, or Z. So, see, not without its problems. The bobbins are very, very sensitive, but it's fine, totally fine. There probably is a way to turn off the sensor, but I do like it when it works properly. It's just a little frustrating when it does what it's doing right now. There you go. Nimue says, done. I packed up your parcel yesterday and it's close to the weight limit, or I might get your pattern printed here as well. I pay about €120 per A0 plus postage. Ah, thank you, Nimue, but you're already splurging on postage for Mum for her Christmas present. Oh, you need to let Dad know how much he owes you so we can send you some monies. Nimue has facilitated wool purchasing because Mum has fallen in love with a pattern that the wool is a German brand and it looks amazing. So yeah, she's already made one thing from it, but she didn't do the right size or the right colors for her technically. So we spent quite a lot of time the other night with Nimue on the phone, or Nimue on FaceTime, and we were like Facebook Messenger, words are hard, trying to pick the right kind of color combination. And we think we've done it for Mum this time because it's not pink. She doesn't like pink really. So yeah. Inari says, music earworm for the Peeps foreigner jukebox hero. Oh yes, no, I will have that in my head now. Thank you. Lollapalooza says, so frustrating when machines decide to misbehave. My serger is in the naughty corner right now till I decide to look further into its issues. The tensions are all messed up. Oh no. Ashley says, considering joining Gertie's Patreon, does earlier years patterns come with the Glamour Circle second tier? Does anyone know? Yes. All of the Patreon exclusive patterns will. The ones that you would have got or you got free as a freebie that year for being part of that circle, no. And this Starburst skirt extension, no. But the back catalogue is huge, absolutely huge. I highly recommend it. Like, I mean, having said that, I've like made what, one of the patterns that I've had so far. But that's just sheer kind of like laziness on my part. I have made the Lucille trousers. I don't like them. I've got the dandy waistcoat cut out as a muslin. I don't think I'm going to like that either. But that's just personal preference and how it looks on my body. It looks amazing on other people. I didn't like the Rita blouse, but again, that was personal preference for me. I didn't like the back on it because it was poofy at the back, not my preference. But I do think that for what you get, it is well worth it if you like Gertie's patterns, and I do. So yeah, I highly recommend. Let's see. Sue says, CLC print £150 per A0 sheet with free postage on orders over £5. Ooh. And Sue says they can do those awkward PDFs from the Big Four too. Cool, that is good to know. Sandy says, what thread, needle and fabric are you using? Thread is the standard stuff that I get from Tyso, where I bought this. I recommended it once, people bought it and hated it. So I don't tend to tell you guys anymore because I like it. My machine likes it, but I had so many complaints about the ones that I recommended that I just don't want to deal with that. Currently, I've got a 70 universal needle on, a Schmetz one, and this fabric is a viscose linen that I got from the textile center years ago, like 5-6 years ago. Inara says, if I nod off, then I shall catch you later when I'm fully awake. One must respect their time zone later. Yes, indeed. Thank you for coming in and saying hi, though. It was nice to see you. Jenna Pin says, I'm into planning stage of a huge project. My head is in project birthday suit. I'm 60 next September and I'm going to make a Chanel style suit, but weaving the fabric myself. That is going to be amazing. And yes, you're leaving yourself just enough time to do that. That's going to be so cool. Jin Pin says, I need to know the pattern, probably the Vogue 7975, in order to work out how much fabric I need to make and how wide in order to calculate how much yarn I'll need to buy. Wow. You can do it though. It's going to be amazing. Ashley says, which brand of yarn are you guys getting for your mum? My brother is going to be in Hamburg and Berlin for a week in December, looking for yarns to order. Nimue, what is the name of the yarn or the yarn company? Because I cannot pronounce it. Rachel's here. Hello, hello. I absolutely love your hair. It's giving me envy. U2 Sews says, I have 3 projects left on my make line for this year. There is still hope. Just finished the knit trousers and quite like them. Very pretty pattern and clear instructions. Ooh, nice. I still want to make those, but I don't know if they're going to be good for me. Ashley says, thanks for the Gertie Patreon info. Wondered about the dandy vest too. Also like modular dressing as an idea. I mean, I really like it. And I like all the things that she releases. I just don't know if they would work for me in the way that I like to wear clothes. So yeah, that's my only thing. Rachel Lynn says, good morning. Good morning. Rachel says, I'm getting used to it. It's very vivid though in daylight. Yeah. It looks awesome though. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. I'm starting my 3rd seam and we're 51 minutes in. Jin Pin says, Rachel, love the new hair color. Yes. Nimue says, the yarn brand is Shopple and the yarn for your mum's project is the Edition 3 and they have a lot of other pretty yarns. They do. They do indeed. It was a lot of fun choosing what they were. But the difference between the 2 websites that Nimue found for us, the difference between the yarns was really striking. I don't know if it's how they've been photographed or what, but yeah. Yeah, come on. Okay, so centre back seam and pockets have been sewn on to the back. Now let's have a look and see which piece I marked on the front. Did I mark? I have marked the centre front. So it's the piece without the pin on it that I need to sew the pocket to. So there's the front. So that's where the pocket goes. This is going to be such a full skirt. Yeah, where did the other pockets go? There they are. Hello, pockets. We can do this. We can do this. Let's see. Where did I get to? Yeah. Una says, Gertie Patreon is fab value for money. I've made quite a few of them and plan on making more. I've made the Judy vest, the skipper skirt, the skipper dress, the skipper bodysuit, Rita Bishop sleeves, Hepburn and Elsa culottes. Yeah, it's definitely really good value for money, 100%. And for the tier that I'm on, which is the grandfathered princess tier, but it's the 2nd tier, you also get a 40% discount for the regular patterns twice a year, which I think is really good as well. So yeah, I'm not in any way, like, just because I've not liked some of the ones that I've sewn is not saying that they're, you know, bad patterns or anything. It's just not for me. I'm coming to kind of come into the realization of like the things that I like and then the things that I want to wear are actually very different things. Nimue says, and with that, I'm off to lunch. See you all later. Enjoy. Anna says, I'm finishing off creating the advent calendars. I think customers will be spoiled this year. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'm going for the Hotel Chocolat hot chocolate advent calendar this year. If they've got any left, I need to order it today. Asley says, okay, thank you, Nimue. Rachel says, thank you. I need to make some new long sleeve jersey tops today. I'm having a huge declutter and destash, and I have all this fabric and no clothes to wear. Yeah, I was thinking about it yesterday actually, because I've got some jersey and stuff that I want to make. I want kind of mock necks, and I thought the Paola, named Paola, was great for me, and I think I've just done the wrong size realistically, but I kind of don't want to go back and trace it. And so I think I'm going to steal the neckline from that and put it onto the gable top, because the gable t-shirt, I love the fit of that one. So yeah, I think I'm going to try and Franken pattern. Maybe I should just go back and retrace the Paola. I haven't made anything jersey for a while. The last jersey thing I made was this dress, but the red rose version. Jenny says, you're doing really well with your destash, Rachel, although I think most of it is going to Helen. No, I have some. I got 3. I'm genuinely surprised that they were still available, because they were up for hours. I was genuinely surprised when I saw that nobody had claimed them. Maybe they were saving them for me because they knew that they were for me. They knew that they were Sian fabrics, and they were like, ah, yeah, we probably ought to leave that so Sian can have them. I really, really like them. Okay, last pocket. So usually I don't do pockets in lightweight fabrics, but because this is a viscose linen blend, it's a slightly heavier weight fabric, so I think that it's going to be okay. And also the pockets get sewn into the waistline as well to support it. So that's why I'm putting pockets into the skirt of this one. If this was just a plain viscose, I wouldn't be doing this. And it's only, again, personal preference. I'm not like an avid must have pockets in everything person. Something else. Caroline says, I've just had the Francie top printed, though it should be good for work through winter. Nice. Caroline, I read that one. Anna says, hot chocolate, divine. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Sue says, I've done the colour analysis you did, Rachel, just waiting for the report so I can start looking at what I've got. Ooh, nice. Joker Clee says, Dad, joke of the day. I woke up this morning to a mound of stir fry in my bed. Apparently I was sleepwalking again. Oh dear. Rotten Ralph says, morning peeps. Joker Clear says, morning Ralph. Lena says, hello to Rotten Ralph. Sandy says, after 40 years of only sewing quilting cottons and cotton thread, I decided to learn to make clothes for myself. You are my inspiration. Oh, that's amazing. You are going to have such a fun time. Clothes are awesome. So I've only had a few comments on the Patreon exclusive waffle I put up last night, but one of the last things that I said was that I'm going to put myself on a fabric buying ban for next year and try and work my way through my stash more methodically. I'm also going to do a de-stash because I have stuff in here that whilst I love it, it's not right for me, and I don't think I can force it to be right for me. Some of them, as we were talked about in my color analysis video, you can totally kind of like fudge them to make them work for you. But there are a few that I've got back here that I'm just like, I just need to let somebody else have this because it's, you know, it's never going to look great on me. But yeah, I'm going to allow myself, and you're going to laugh at me, but I'm going to try to stick to, I'm only allowed to buy 5 prints next year. I can buy as much plain and lining fabric as I need, because I do need that to tie things together. Although I do have like a lot of outer plain fabrics. So it's more like that sweater knit and the scuba crepe that I was talking about to kind of round out this collection. But yeah, I don't need any more fabric. Having just bought 3 different lengths from Rachel's D-stash with all with leaves on it, I need to behave myself, because it is getting to the point where I have so much and I need to make it up. So yeah, now you may all proceed to laugh yourself silly in the chat at the thought of me just buying 5 prints in a year, and I'm going to have to ration that, because if I see like 5 amazing prints, or if Lady McElroy bring out 5 amazing new prints in January, I'm going to be screwed for the rest of the year. But that is what I'm going to try and stick with. That doesn't include if I go to a show. Look at me putting caveats on it already. Mind you, I did go to a show one year and I was like, I'm going to buy 1 print and then the rest need to be solids to go with the Savannah collection. And I bought 7 prints and all the solids to go with the Savannah collection. So yeah. Mama Pop Quilt Shop says, good morning from Nova Scotia, Canada. Good morning. Linda's here. Good afternoon. Must confuse this. Just got out of bed. Glad I didn't miss your live. It's nice to see you. Conchetta's here. Good morning, Sean. I'm late. Time change threw me off. I hope everyone is well. Not at all. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Rotten Ralph says, you're going to do your best. I am. I am indeed, and nobody is perfect. And I also have the other half of my projects that scare me to try and work through. Like, for example, the Dior silks. They still need the silk to go underneath of it, which is £30 a metre. And I'm going to need like 3 meters of each colour. So, you know, that's an expensive thing to do. Yeah, you know, I want to do my embroidered suit. Although I know I want to do the jacket, and I had in my head that I wanted to do trousers to go with it. And I just think I'll wear a dress more. I know I'll wear a dress more. So I think I'm going to pivot on that one. Although I do still want to make some silk trousers, but probably from the black silk dupioni that I have to go with the black lacy dress that I've got. And that's got gold and pearl details all over it. So I'm going to make the revere of a collar in a gold silk and try and kind of warm it up that way. And that's kind of stuff is only ever going to get worn with full makeup. So hopefully that will work. Yeah. So I still will be making silk cigarette skinny, like 7/8 length trousers. But I just think for the orange embroidered suit that I want to make, I think what it's going to actually be is a skirt, a corset and a jacket. I think that would just be something that would actually get worn, and that is very much what I want out of my wardrobe, things that will get worn, not just made for the sake of making them. Right, all of the pockets are in. Now I need to trim. So let us trim, and I'm going to turn the iron on because I need to press as well. Okay, so iron is activated. Elena says buying lining fabric doesn't count either. No, totally, which is why, you know, I'm not saying like fabric ban and then have people going, oh, but you bought this much lining. It's like, yes, well, that it doesn't make sense to put yourself on a ban and then not be able to buy something that would make you be able to complete a project. I mean, I probably would grind to a halt very quickly, because we all know I do tend to line pretty much everything because I like how it looks and how it sews up as well. Okay. So let's just. Yeah, it's like if I need to buy a little bit extra of a print to be able to complete the project, that wouldn't count. But brand new prints, new to me prints that I don't own, or for example, the foliage canopy, if they bring that out on another base, I shouldn't buy that because I have so much of it. I don't need any more of it. But it's so pretty. I have issues. You know, I have issues. So yeah, that's the plan. I do still have some emerald cobalt corsage on the way, which Jojo and I are trying to work out. Rachel as well, and Big Bird are trying to work out how much we want between us, and that's not going to count. Because technically that's bought this year, and again, I'm putting caveats on this challenge. But I do think, I mean, because I've got so many gorgeous, gorgeous prints in the stash. I actually have booked Nicola to come back on the 5th of December. So you will be seeing her in Vlogmas again this year. And we are going to talk about my Make 9 for next year, because I mentioned that during the video that went up the other day. Did I? No, it's going to be in the video that goes up a week, not next week, the week after. But Nicola also offers an hour consultation for planning a capsule wardrobe with sewing patterns, but it also can be translated to your Make 9. And I just thought it could be an interesting experiment to see if I had help planning something, if that would make it more doable for me, because I've completed it once and that was because I'd gotten so close and I was determined to get that one done. You know, two of them, one of them didn't get completely finished because it was just like, yeah, this is not for me. And then the other one that I did finish, I ended up not liking. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if having Nicola help me plan 9 pieces that ends up being something that then gets made, because it's like, I don't know, I really like planning and it's really fun hanging out with Nicola. So yeah, she's coming on the 5th of December to help me with that. So that should hopefully be interesting and a fun afternoon. No, morning. She's coming at 11 in the morning, which is awesome. So yeah. There we go. And then I just need to trim the center back seam. Then I can go and press everything. Let's see. Where did I get to with the chat? Daydream, believe it. Linda says, sorry, confess. Yes. Good afternoon. Must confess, just got out of bed. Glad I didn't miss you. No worries at all. It's Sunday, you're allowed. Rotten Ralph says to Elena, lining fabric is a staple. Yes. Eliza says, good morning. Which dress are you making, Sean? Also, love the hair. Stick to Rachel. I am making the skirt for the 9182 because it's going to drop on the bias. So I thought I would get that sewn up and hanging so it could do its biasy thing. And then I'm hopefully going to move on to the 5951 and do the same thing, because that's also going to drop on the bias. And I'm not sure when I'm going to have time to make these bodices and dresses up, but it would be nice to have this bit done so that when I do get around to it, they go a little quicker. And yes, Rachel's hair looks awesome. Elena says to Rotten Ralph, and it can have any print that the heart desires. For the linings, oh yeah, so like if I need a lining for a coat, it's going to have a print on it probably. But to be fair, I actually have quite a lot of printed linings, so I really probably won't need to buy any printed lining. But plain linings, I 100% will need to buy. I really do need to place an order at the fabric room for some viscose lining for lots of projects. Okay. I do think that this dress is going to look very nice by itself, but I've also, as I say, I've raised up the back so that it can be worn over shirts and t-shirts and things. And I do think it's going to actually be kind of like a bright winter dress, because it's, I would imagine this is actually a winter. I mean, I think probably these are jewel tones, so probably leaning more winter than spring. But because they're bright, I think I can get away with it. And it's a low scoop front, so whatever, as long as I wear either bright gold jewelry with it by itself, or if I put on like a bright red top to go underneath of it, then I think I will get away with it. Right, I need to go and iron so you can talk about amongst yourselves for a second. Let me catch up with the chat and then talk amongst yourselves. Jojo says lining fabric doesn't count as proper fabric anyway. It's consumable, like zips or interfacing. This is a good point. Rotten Ralph says, I'm great at making plans. Doing the things after is where it falls apart. Kind of the same. But I do love making plans. Conchetta says to Rotten Ralph, same here. If only I could sew as quickly as I make plans, I'd actually have room for more fabric. And Elena says, Ralph, that's exactly my biggest problem with all my projects. Yeah. Shame. Right. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to go and iron. Shouldn't take too long, but... Oh! This is going to be a big skirt. I am excited. Can't believe it's taken me this long to get to this. Do you have water in you? You do. It's going to be such a big and fluffy skirt. Sorry, it's going to be little chirps from the background every now and again about how excited I am about this skirt or dress. Well, it presses really nicely. I mean, I knew it would, but that's always nice. We like that. We like fabric that behaves. Okay, I'm nearly done with the back. Accidentally steamed my thumb. Whoops. There's the back, so I just need to do the 2 fronts. One. And the final one. Okie dokie. All of the ironing is done. I want to have another chocolate button. Quite yummy. Did I get too chaired? Simone says, hi peeps. Hello. Rachel Lynn says, where's the mannequin? We need to move it. No. Behave. Joker Clee says, fiddles with the controls and Sean's sewing machine while she's not looking. Nope, you're all good. Rotten Ralph says, I have a plan to rehab a Singer 27 treadle sewing machine. I will follow through with this one. I bought the tools for it. Cool. Our neighbor gave us a Singer chain stitch machine. It's really cool. It's tiny. It's tiny. We're going to try and work out somewhere to put it on display in here. Conchetta says, Rachel Lynn, I was thinking the same thing. She must have purposefully kept it out of the shot. Yes. Maybe we could just start spinning the chair. No, don't make me scared in my sewing room. Rock Ralph says, I have tools. Don't let me loose in her stash. If only I could force my ADHD brain to create a dopamine for itself. Maybe I could focus on a single thing for more than the purchasing fabric of patterns. More than purchasing the fabric and patterns. Yeah. Rachel Lynn's laughing. Rotten Ralph says, Singer Model 20 chain stitch is delightful. It might be, I don't know, I'll have to have a look properly. But yeah, it's really teeny tiny. That's very cute. Very cute indeed. Right, so I have a pile of pockets that need to have their seams Frenched. So let us French. And if you followed my tutorial for this, you know that I do this one at 1/4 inch as well, so that the pockets end up being slightly inset into the side seams. Although, because I'm using the same fabric for the pocket and the skirt, it's not necessarily a must for this one. But it's just a little detail that I like. Stop it. Oh. One down, 3 to go. I love how I'm hoping to get another skirt and a lining for that skirt done today as well. Let's just make sure that there's no little fluffs. There is no little fluffs. So that needs to be pressed and top stitched. Let's do this one. Ralph says it's the cutest little thing. Yeah, this one is very cute. Simone says, saw some Cobra corsage fabric at the Perth at Frocktails and thought of you, Shan. Ooh, what colour was it? What colour was it? because yeah, I definitely need the emerald. I was totally convinced I was going to donate or sell the bottle green, but I've ended up keeping both of the bottle green things, and I'm just going to have to disassociate the fact that my ex bought me the fabric, because the fabric is awesome. It's not the fabric's fault. There's a couple of dresses like that in my wardrobe. I very nearly put my Foxy Woodland one on today, but I do think it's one of those ones where I do have to kind of have makeup on to make it look good, because it's up to here. Now the fawn coloured background is a spring colour. It's in my wheel, but the muted tones on it are very autumnal. But if I wore it with my bright gold cardigan that Mum's knit for me, the kind of like bright tan belt, and then tan boots, I think it would look amazing. So that one stayed as well. That one kind of divided people in the comments. A lot of people thought I should get rid of that one. Some people thought I should get rid of my light coloured Eve dresses as well. I was like, no. I may have to wear them with makeup, but I love them and they are staying. We were trying to come up with a plan for some Dior Dolce & Gabbana silk that I've got, because it's black with bright coloured fabric flowers all over it. Bright coloured flowers all over it. And I was going to make the Evelyn blouse, which is a high necked blouse, and I've made a couple of test blouses for that fabric, but thankfully I thought I was happy, and somebody told me it looked too tight, and so I got the fear, because this fabric was really expensive. So I've kind of like got the fear, and then I was talking to Nicola about it, and I was like, how do I make this work for me? And she's like, well, maybe you just make the blouse that you wanted to make, and you just wear makeup that day, and admit that black is not going to look great on you, so it's not going to be your best look, but you love the thing, so wear it anyway and put jewelry on. But I will get the pattern out once I go over to iron these bits flat. I have come up with an alternative that I think is going to work. And I will still make the Evelyn blouse, because I love it. I mean, I don't wear tops very often, but I've bought 2 lengths of silk that were specifically bought for the Evelyn blouse, and so need to be made into something. And both of them are good colours for me, I think. Where did I get to with the chat? Where did Alana says, oh, dopamine, what a wonderful word. Humming Hakuna Matata with word dopamine. Love it. As we says, here, there with you, Rotten Ralph. These days, even organising my stash, both fabrics and patterns, is a hobby. Yes! I mean, we know that I do this too. Predominantly with you guys on a Sunday, don't I? But taking out my fabrics and like playing with them with you guys, I like doing that a lot. It is really fun. It is very much fun. Right, around here, to this one. Then we've got to do the centre back seam. We've got to press everything. We've got to stitch it all again, but we get to stitch it to each other. So, but I need to remember to get the pattern out to show you the top that I'm thinking. For the fabric that I'm thinking of as well. So yes, all words. All of the words. Joker Clee says, don't forget anything with lemons or pineapples on it too, lol. Pineapples. And Simone says, green, but not sure which shade it was. I recently bought my first ever Lady McElroy fabric. You're like a dealer, and it was my gateway drug. Same. The Cobra Corsage Cotton Lawn was my gateway into Lady McElroy. I am so sorry to your bank balance now. Elena says to Joker, please, all the pineapples. And Rockmouse says, pineapple. Yes. Yes. We did find that pineapple sparkly mesh. Maybe I do need to make my version of the strawberry dress, and I can do my other 2 pineapple fabrics, and we can have a pineapple collection and then just see the comment section. As long as I title it correctly. No upside down pineapples about here. You never know who's going to turn up in the comment section. It could be quite an amusing video, at least for the people that are in the know. Ralph says, I have a baby pineapple growing in my garden. Nice. Pineapple is delicious. I miss it. Joker Cleese says, it's the pineapple drinking game. Take a shot. You guys started it. In fact, Joker Cleese, you started it. You started it. I think I'm going to stick with red thread because I've got a red lining for this, and I'm planning on using red bias binding to finish the hem once it's done this biasy thing. But I am going to change the bobbin because this one is not working. It's very annoying. Right, so tomorrow is a filming day. I will be filming the talkie bit for the lookbook. The only thing I'm not going to feature is the Burda Dirndl because I have done the wearable muslin for it, as you guys know, and it is hanging up in there. But I have ordered the chocolate brown lining for it, and I think I'm going to actually make some piping out of the micro suede from my hat and finish it off like that. And I think I might have said this earlier, but I'm going to make it front closing with hooks and eyes and some boning in it and a modesty little panel. So yeah, it's not really going to resemble the original pattern at all, but I am making a video about that. So that's why I'm not going to show you guys the wearable muslin in the lookbook, because whilst it's been done in October, it's not been finished in October, and I want that to be a standalone video. The Patreon peeps have seen what it looks like, as have the Patreon peeps who go to the Zoom call. Thank you very much to the Patreon peeps for, I didn't do a Zoom call this week. I was not feeling very good. I was wrapped up in bed with Chiana, a hot water bottle, and my body weight in chocolate because it was that time of the month and I wanted to die. It was not usually that bad, but this month, I don't know what was going on, but it was not pleasant. So I could not sit up straight. So yes, I didn't do a Zoom call this Wednesday with the peeps, and I didn't want to reschedule it for the night after because I didn't want to have the same problem. So I just rescheduled it for next week. And it's all up and it's ready to go. Oh, I do have new Patreon peeps to say hi to. I must remember to do that. The very lovely Jane Richards has joined the Patreon peeps, so welcome Jane and thank you. And also Ellen Slovic has joined the Patreon peeps, so thank you Ellen and welcome to both of you, which is very much appreciated. And thank you to every single one of you that is part of the Patreon peeps as well. It genuinely means the absolute world to me, and is at the moment, like this summer, it's been an absolute lifeline. Like honestly, the stuff going on with YouTube behind the scenes has just been atrocious. So Patreon has been the hugest help, which is amazing. So thank you very, very much. Let's see. Rockmouse says, I have nothing shot-worthy in the house. Elena says, you just killed me with the idea of that pineapple collection. I know. I have issues. I have issues. Inaри's like pineapple, 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 coconut, pineapple. Joker Clee says drains half a bottle, and Elena's asking Inari coconut. But Ralph says my Dirndl plans have been paused while I search for co-ording patterns and up my skills. Can do it. And then the coconut is for the hydration reminder. Yes, that's a good point actually. I'm getting very croaky, aren't I? My stomach's rumbling. I don't think I've had enough chocolate buttons. Because that's correct nutrition. This comes from a plant. It's one of my favorite though. This one I'm meant to be sewing at 3/8 of an inch. Whoopsie. I'm not going to unpick that though. I'm just going to... See, I got distracted by you lot. Chatting away. Distracted. Try again. There we go. This seam can't be pressed open anyway, so it's not going to matter that there's an extra line of stitching at the top. Oh, stop it. You have got thread on you. Stupid bobbin. Just double check that it actually has got thread on it. I'm not sewing completely nothing. Can't wait for this one to run out so I can retire it with all of its other broken ones. Yeah, I kind of love the idea of making the strawberry dress with pineapples all over it. I have issues. It's got lemons on it as well. Like, yeah. Simone says, posted my frocktails dress on the Peeps group, only 2 sewing related injuries and 8 hours for the make. Ooh, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, wow, it's beautiful. And a Tawoto Mitoshi inspired one as well. Oh, it's gorgeous, Simone. Is it all right if I show it? I mean, you've put it on the Peeps group, so I'm assuming yes. But that is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Very pretty. Oh, look at you. Oh, I so need to organise a frocktails for down here. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Elena says, like French fries and a salad. Yeah, I mean, they're vegetables too, right? Rotten Mouse says, and cereal is soup. I don't like cereal. And Ari says, why not? If you must participate in the drinking game, you might as well have coconut for the pina colada. Yeah, as he says, is that chocolate with pistachios? Did I hear that right? No, dark milk buttons. I didn't get around to doing the pistachio chocolate salty weirdness. I need to try it though. Mum and Dad are having the people round, not tomorrow, but next week. So I need to get on it for next week. Rotten Mouse says, that's beautiful, Simone. And jokingly sings, if you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. I love that song. If you're not into health food, if you have half a brain. I can't sing, I'm sorry. Anna says, have you tried the mint chocolate orange? I have not. I will probably like it, and I will probably eat the whole thing in one sitting. I mean, I'm going to eat these in one sitting. In fact, the fact that you guys are here is the only reason that there's still some lots left. So thank you for that. Nimue says, well, we do have a gala night at the retreat. Also, I'm back. This is true. This is true. I get to make a fancy gown for that. That's exciting. Rotten Ross says, you put the lime in the coconut and mix them all up. That will always remind me of Sweets from Bones. Not Sweets from Bones. Oh, it wasn't Sweets, was it? It was Mr. Oh, what was his name? I can't want to say Missouri, but that was Cam's bow, wasn't it? Oh, what was his name? But yeah, Bones. I might have to watch Bones again. I'm nearly finished with Alias. I like TV that I've seen, even if it's really like decades old now. I like TV that I've seen before because it's comforting. So yeah. Eliza says, can anyone tell me if I can print an A4 pattern on US letter paper? Can't seem to find A4 locally and late to the game, and Lyra is only on A4 and A0. I think there's ways of doing it, but I'm not an expert. Asley says, got to go have coffee with my mum. See you all later. Thank you for joining us. It was very nice to see you. Joker Clee says, I haven't laughed this much in ages, so I've so needed this today. Jojo says, earworm. Love that song. Yes. Mr. Nigel Murray, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nigel Murray. Put the lime in the coconut and mix them all up. Rotten Ralph says, Eliza, I send mine to a print service. I need to watch, do I need to watch Bones again? I can't watch Criminal Minds through again because it's too depressing. I've watched it through once recently. Watched Grey's Anatomy all the way through. Cannot wait for the next season. Chuck, I've watched all the way through. Eliza says you may need to drop that to Rotten Ralph. Thank you. Eliza, I send mine to a print service. I may need to do that. Sorry, there's a little heart at the bottom of the chat bar that covers up the last word in a sentence. And so I'm like, until then somebody says something else and it moves above it. It's a really annoying place for it to be. I mean, it's a very nice for you guys to send hearts. I love it. Thank you. But it is one of those things. It's just like, that seems like a daft place to put it. Mind you, most people's chats probably move way quicker than this one does. But I like that this one goes at this this speed because I can, yeah, you're all sending hearts now. I like it goes at this speed because I can read it and keep up with it. Inari says to Joker, please laugh, coconut, pineapple coconut, pina colada, drink up and enjoy. Ralph says Bones is good for the rewatch. Yeah, I've been through it like 3 times now. Once was a couple of years ago, so maybe I will start that again. I've been through all the Star Treks. What else do I enjoy? I kind of want to start Buffy and Angel again, but I'm just so annoyed with Joss Whedon for being Joss Whedon. But then I rewatch Harry Potter, even though the person who wrote that is a bit of a twit as well, so maybe I can just disassociate. Book says to Eliza, I believe that due to the paper size, unless it's a pattern that had borders, it might not fit. Check your print preview and print one page to see if it fits. Elena says to Nimue, may I bother you with reading one page in German? I just need to know, should I bother to get it translated? Falling in love with a pattern, and I don't know, I don't know, are actual instructions included? Dee Gracer says, hi Peeps, late to join tonight and can't stay for long. Have got an early start tomorrow. It's nice to see you. Conchetta says, speaking of chocolate, I need to check if Hotel Chocolate starts shipping to the US. I discovered them thanks to this hangout right before they closed the US stores and stopped shipping. Oh no, that seems so silly of them. Eliza says, thanks to Vox, I didn't think about printing the test page at 100% and fit to page just to see the and Vox is like, no worries. No worries. Okay. No worries. So I have lots of little plans for November, but I've got a skirt and a waistcoat that I want to try and draft myself. The Vogue 9076 sew along, the lace dress. As I say, loads of little bag projects and like sort of like pencil cases and things like that. Oh, the turquoise lace dress. Now, and the dirndl that I want to get around. I have put the Sicily slip dress on there. Because I do want to try that. But I also think I will not like how I look in it. The body dysmorphia will be strong with that one, I think. So that is on the plans as well. It'll be interesting to see how it comes out. Grace says, ooh, actual sewing. What are you making? I know, I've been sewing for like nearly an hour now. I am making the skirt of the 9182 because it's a circle skirt, so it needs to drop on the bias. I then also have the skirt for the 5951 that I want to get sewn up because that also needs to drop on the bias. Let's see. Joker Clee says Bones, NCIS, read that one, watch that one. LA, NOAA, Hawaii 2. Numbers, love numbers, CSI, original Miami, New York Cyber, yep. Airwolf, ooh, maybe. A-Team, MASH, no. But because Klinger, lol. Married with Children, Roseanne, Home Improvement, Golden Girls, Empty Nest. I think I need it more along the kind of fantasy kind of side of things, because Alias is like total fantasy. I mean, obviously CIA based, but like Ramboldi. I'm kind of thinking I might do Buffy and Angel. I think. Nimoy says to Elena, yes, sure, you can send it to me. Sorry for ignoring your DM. Had some odd experience with people randomly saying hi in my fan fiction circle. Olivia says, good morning, peeps, and the lovely Sian. I have finally woken up early enough to catch you live again. It's been a hot minute. I hope you're all well. Very well, thank you. How are you, my lovely? Anna says, sent you a picture. What do you think? Let's have a look. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, I agree, not the bow, but I love the ivy embroidery, and I love the belt over the little jacket type or waistcoat thing. That's the kind of waistcoat that I want to try and draft. That's really nice. Is that a screenshot from a movie? Where's the picture from? It's very pretty. Caroline says, Silent Witness, no. Waking the Dead, no. Too serious for me. Too serious. I've watched, as I say, Criminal Minds through, and it wasn't the most fun I've ever had. I did enjoy it, but I need a little bit more fantasy. Like Chuck. Chuck was good. Alias is good. Bones is good. Joker Clee says MacGyver, Cheers, Frasier, Friends, Seinfeld, Beachcombers, Danger Bay. Maybe Friends again. I love Friends. I've watched it through so many times. Ralph says Leverage. Is that a thing? I haven't seen them. If you haven't seen Leverage, I should. I will have a look. Thank you. Elena says to Nimoy, you're an angel. Don't mind the name of the file. It's in Russian. Okay. Gig Racer says Dark Angel is also fun for a rewatch. Yes, baby Jensen Ackles. Hello. Ooh, Supernatural, but I did that watch that through quite recently. I mean, quite recently, within the these ones I'm talking about, rewatched within the last 3 years. Smallville was fun. Nope. Okay. Everything is sewn and needs to be pressed again. So I'm going to go and activate the iron. Probably put some more water in it as well as else. I missed my own mouth. Good grief. Where did I get to? Elena says, Sian, you need leverage in your life. I shall have to look at this. Jin and Pin says, I'm still loving Asian dramas. I think you'd like My Happy Marriage, a live action remake of an anime, only 90 minutes long. I caught it on HITV. Ooh, I shall have a look. Olivia says, I'm currently working on Birder 6559. It's a TP style tent for my grandson in California. He will be 2 in December. So my husband and I will be traveling out to California. Oh, lovely. Good Grace says, Buffy and Angel are always good for a rewatch despite the Joss Whedon situation. Yes. Yeah, I haven't watched Firefly through for a while. Maybe I should do that first and then do a little bit of Dollhouse as well. I liked Dollhouse. Saskia says, I'm pulling out the X-Files again soon. Can't watch that, scares me. I have issues. Inari says, well, most people my age watching Friends, RP Matthew Perry. Yeah, I know. I was watching Fraser, love Fraser Crane and his brother Niles. Yeah, I love Fraser. I'm not sure I would want to watch it through back to back though. I clearly have very specific criteria for what I want to watch back to back. Sorry to be such a pain. Rotten says, Scrubs? No. How I Met Your Mother? Enjoyed the first time round. Don't think I could bear to watch it through again. I've just watched The Big Bang Theory through again as well. Rotten says to Olivia, it sounds adorable. Conchetta says, what pattern are you going to grab? Yes! Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I was meant to be showing you something, wasn't I? Well done for remembering. Let's see if I can find it. Because have I put it in here or have I put it somewhere else? Because, no, it's here. So, let's see if I can find the Evelyn blouse as well so I can show you. Evelyn. There you are. Hello, Evelyn. Okay. Okay. So, this is the fabric in question, and it's another one that I absolutely love. But it is on a black background, and it is a winter palette because it's all jewel tones. But it is absolutely gorgeous. So I was going to do the Evelyn blouse with it, this one specifically, but that would be very high up near my neck, and I could wear like a gold choker or something like that up there, but yeah. Now, bear with me. So the one that she's got on there, those sleeves. Oh, these are good sleeves. But yeah, look. I think I would still try and put a channel in for elastic around the waist so it cinches because I prefer that. But it's low. I think if I've got enough fabric, I think that one would be brilliant. And it needs 1.60 of 150 wide, and I have 1.8 meters, so it could work. I think that's a good solution for this because whilst it's still similar to the Evelyn, it's a deeper neckline, so I could put jewelry that I do have already. I wouldn't have to buy any new jewelry to wear with that. I think that's a good one. I think that's the one I want to do. Joker Clear says, for more fantasy, you could go Sinbad, Xena, Andromeda. Oh, I love Andromeda. Babylon 5, love it, Babylon 5. Stargate, watched that all the way through recently. For comedy, I highly recommend The Red Green Show. Lol. Ooh, not heard of that. We'll have to have a look. Jojo says, we're catching up with Our Flag Means Death. Cannot believe we never saw it when it first came out. And if you're okay with the spicy language, Year of the Rabbit is ridiculously funny. What are you watching Our Flag Means Death on? Because I could not find that in the UK. Good Gracer says, if you haven't seen Lost Girl, that's also a good watch. Love Lost Girl. Conchetta says, Firefly Serenity. I have to separate from just from his creations. Yeah, same. Same. But yeah, I love Firefly and Serenity. Joker Cleese says you could also look anything up by Canadian comedian extraordinaire Ron James. I've met the man. He is riotously funny. Caroline says Doctor Who from day one. I've done that. I do need to catch up with Doctor Who though. Gig Racer says same to Conchetta. Firefly, Joss Whedon, yeah. Anna says, Winona arrived at, I believe, the Age of Innocence. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's really pretty. I like it. It's very up my alley. Thank you for that, Anna. Rotten Ralph says to Caroline, new Who or classic? Oh, I can't do classic. It scares me too much. Mind you, the new one scares me quite a lot as well. I don't like mannequins moving. That's why it freaks me out when you guys keep saying that you're going to do it. It's like, nope, don't make me scared in my own sewing room. Caroline says, Rotten Ralph, start with classic. Dad worked on it, so they are a series of my childhoods. So Kate says, The Good Place, Schitt's Creek, Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. Tried all of those and didn't love them, but maybe I ought to not pay attention. I've actually come up with another one, Friday Fisher's Murder Mysteries. I kind of think I want to watch those again because I know who does it for every single one, but the costumes. Nimoy says the fabric is gorgeous and the low neckline might make it work. I think it will. Caroline says, or childhood even, yes. Vox says, during the last hangout, you showed a pattern of the Burda magazine viscose dress 101-19 of the 915. I'm totally buying that one. Found it as a PDF. Nice. Yeah, I love that dress. I think I want to try and make that one as well. Sarah says, finally finished painting my nails. Now I'm able to chat again. Sarah, I did say, did you want me to try the hemispheric coat on now for you? Because the video is coming out on Tuesday, but it is a lookbook, so it will be my thoughts about it and the few things that I've changed. Ladera says, hello, I'm so late today. Even the time change didn't help me this time. It's fine. Welcome. Gillian Pin says, been a lovely hangout, but I'm going to go shopping, cat food and litter, so just the essentials. Catch you next time. Nice to see you. Rachel Lynn says, that's an interesting pattern. Would you try a wearable muslin? Yes, this is £35 a metre silk. I'm not cutting straight into that. Joker Clee says, Blue Bloods? I mean, come on, it's Tom Selleck's moustache on display again. Yeah, that one I could possibly give a try. I haven't watched any of it. So that's my other thing, is if I've never seen it before, I tend to end up watching it and not working, which is why I like to rewatch things. So, yeah. Ladera says, what have I missed? Not a lot. We have been waffling today. Anna says, pour some cuteness. Have you seen Catherine's new kittens, Dainty Diaries? I haven't, no. Elena says, Miss Fisher is amazing. There is now a spin-off for her niece in the 60s or 70s. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I love Franny Fisher. I might watch those again. Rouse says to Caroline, I spent a lot of my time hiding from Doctor Who when I was growing up as well. Yes, I spent a lot of time behind the couch. It freaked me out. Freaked me out a lot. But I think that one might be a good one for the thing. Okay, just activate you again because I do still need to press these pockets. Right, let's press these seams so that I can sew some more seams. Okay, one. Oh, this is going to be a big skirt. Okay, back is done. Let's do the front. Let's start sewing these together. Oh no, that's the hem. Oh dear. Suddenly had the fear that I'd sewn it to the wrong part of the skirt, but I have not. I am dim, but apparently I'm not that dim. Okay, and then one last thing. And then I think I should be able to take out the pins that are like, oh, this is the front, because, I mean, it's obviously the front. You're not going to pocket in the front, are you? I mean, you could, but it probably wouldn't look great. So let's take that out. Is there one in this one? Did I put a pin in this one? Yes, there's a pin in this one as well. Let's not have the skirt try and stab me every 5 seconds, because that's no fun. We don't want that. I do need more chocolate. Didn't miss my mouth this time. Let's see. Saskia says there's a good YouTube playlist of all the old Poirot series, by the way, all seasons. Ooh, that would be fun. Caroline says to Rotten Ralph, didn't help that John Pertwee's first story was Autons, filmed in Hounslow High Street. Not good. Sarah says she can wait till Tuesday. This is awesome. Honora says to Joke Please, I had a teacher who resembled Tom Selleck. Van Halen's song Hot for Teachers comes to mind. Oh, we had a really gorgeous teacher, Mr. Rackham. Oh, he was pretty. Even the other female teachers would talk to us about the girls about it. We were in a physics class. I remember my physics teacher, and I can't remember her name, but we were talking about Mr. Rackham. She's like, yeah, he's engaged. I'm like, miss, he's so pretty. yes, he is. Caroline says High Street, which frightened me thoroughly. Wouldn't go shopping with mum for frightened me thoroughly. Wouldn't go shopping with mum for ages. Rotten Ralph says the scariest monster from my childhood is just bubble wrap. I realised when I saw the episode recently. Joker Cleese is laughing. Olivia says to Saskia, I thought that took the channel down. I used to watch it regularly, but can no longer find it. Oh. Key Gracer says the Evil Queen had the best costumes in Once Upon a Time. That deep V-neck shirt with pirate sleeves and elasticated waist would look amazing. Yes, I've started watching Once Upon a Time. Actually, I got halfway through season 2, and then I got back into Alias. Must finish Once Upon a Time, and then Buffy. I think I've decided on. I will check out Leverage though. Thank you for the recommendation. Joker Clee says, I'm about out of ideas at this point, other than some reality TV that we watch: Mountain Men, Gold Rush, Hell's Kitchen, Moonshiners, Bering Sea, Gold, etc. No, can't do reality TV. Although I did admit to watching a couple of episodes of the Kardashians, because it's just one of those ones that it's like blink. It's like, what am I watching? Yeah, no. Olivia says YouTube used to have the Miss Marple series also, but unfortunately they removed those shows also. Rockmouth says to Caroline, I didn't find the Auton scary in the new Who. Not sure what my uncanny valley thing is broken in my brain. Jojo says Cybermen can jog right on. They terrify me. My mum had to hold my hand and walk me out of the Doctor Who exhibit with my eyes closed. I was 34. Nice. No, for me it was I can't remember which doctor it was, but there was a swimming pool that was murky and you couldn't see the bottom, but there were little robots in there that if you got in the swimming pool, they would come and try and drag you down to the bottom. No. And then there was one with cat people and then the eyes shining in the background. And no. Just no. I went on a date with a guy that was a bad guy in Doctor Who. It was the one with the master at the end of the world. He was also the Bloody Baron in Harry Potter. He was very strange, bless him. But yeah. Saskia says, Olivia, it's working for It's working for me. Olivia says, thank you. I'll look for it. Caroline says, ITVX has Poirot, Miss Marple and Sherlock Holmes. Ooh, I could watch Sherlock Holmes again through. That could be quite fun. No, we need to finish Once Upon a Time. Like I say, I'm halfway through season 2. And I also then I'm going to go through Buffy and Angel. Because why not? Joker Clee says you could go back a bit more in time and break out of stuff like Happy Days, Leave It to Beaver, The Brady Bunch, etc. Oh, I don't know if I'd be able to actually work whilst I was watching those. That's the trouble. I need things that I've seen, because otherwise I get distracted and end up just watching, which is not the goal. Saskia says to Olivia, I hope it works. Elena says, my nightmare at the moment is the industrial 5-thread serger at work. It's the most horrifying. The heart's in the way, I can't see what it is. Thing on the Suxio thing on it for all the cut-offs. I need to make 500 shopper totes on it. Rock Ralph says, leverage is something you need in your life, Sean. You really do. I will check it out. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all of the recommendations. I very much appreciate it. And I will be able to go back in the chat and have a look at everything you guys have recommended, because I make sure that the chat replays. I've turned adverts off for the stream, so you shouldn't be getting any adverts during the stream, and I will go back and turn adverts on. Once the stream is finished, and then it will take a little while to allow me to go in and manually place the mid-roll ads. And sometimes, like last time, actually, they only put 3, which was brilliant. But times before, they put like 32 in a 2-hour stream, which is far too many. And I don't want to annoy anyone. But if you ever do come across a stream that has 1 million ads on it, it's because they place them automatically and I haven't gotten to it to manually change them. So yeah, I do apologize. I think I try and remember to do it, but I do sometimes forget, or sometimes I can't get, it doesn't populate in time, so I have to wait, and it's usually the next day by the time that I come to actually do it. So again, I am pinning in my lap, which you really shouldn't do, but it's easier. Olivia says, Saskia, I found it and they have Miss Marple. I'll be listening to this all day long. Can't thank you enough. Ah, awesome. Ellen says, by the way, YouTube has all the old Perry Mason movies on it now. Ooh, cool. Caroline says, the heart thing is really inconvenient. It really is. It's a nice idea. It's just in a really inconvenient place. Jojo says, our son found it all rather amusing, but then came over and gave me a cuddle and check I was okay. Bless him. Oh, bless him. Hugh Gracer says, don't forget to like the stream, peeps. Yes, there's 91 of us and 63 likes. Eleanor says, Serger has a Hoover-like thing. It has the most horrifying noise, and it goes on time to time by itself. Oh, fun. No. Olivia says to Elena, Perry Mason is great. I bought the entire series on DVD. Also, a great show is Murder, She Wrote. It's on Prime. I like Murder, She Wrote. Although if Jessica ever turns up, it's one of those things where you're like, run! So whoever moves to Midsummer as well. I think I made these jokes before. I have no new material. I'm just recycling everything. I love how I thought I was going to get 2 skirts and a lining sewn today, and I'm only just getting to the second part of sewing a skirt together with French seams. Still, I've got all afternoon. I can get this done today. That was today's task. I'm getting close to completing it. Tomorrow's task, as I say, is filming, and editing. I would like to try and get the lookbook and the plans video filmed, edited, and uploaded tomorrow. And then I can just sew. And I need to start working on the Dior tote because I need to know how much fabric I'll have left over, if I have enough for the power trip bag, and if I do, that would be awesome. Can't do that though because I need to, well, unless Mum has a fabric that she doesn't mind me stealing from her stash for a lining. Otherwise I need to go and get a lining, don't I? That was what I was going to do. I'm going to do that on Friday. So maybe I'll work on the lace dress. Because like I say, I pretty much decided I'm going to do that butterick bodice with a different butterick skirt. Yeah, could do that and start working on the 9076 as well. Get those two cut out. The 9076 is due out at the end of November as a sew along. And then I've just got drafting, the 2 drafting projects that I want to try and do. I think one of the reasons I didn't really do much with my sloper is because I didn't really like the finished darts on it, because all of the pattern manipulations that they showed in the classes had the darts going right to the apex, and I just don't like that. But I was thinking about it. The princess line was amazing. I really loved that. And with the class came the Vogue fitting shell that Bianca uses in her one of her pattern sloper drafting videos. So I was actually thinking for the, because I want to do a skirt and a waistcoat, and for the waistcoat, princess seams are going to be brilliant. So I'm going to do that. And then for the skirt, obviously that's going to be easy, and the skirt sloper fit me really well. But I was thinking I might try and words are hard. I think I'm going to try and have a look at the Vogue shell or Vogue block pattern that I've got and see about maybe working with that one to make a bodice for a darted bodice, because I tried backing the darts off on my sloper, and Lynn did point this out. I don't know if Lynn's here today or not. I haven't seen her. But she was like, you know, the ones that you're doing are in calico, and you know, calico is not the most forgiving or moldable of fabrics, and that's very true. Is there something? Yes. But I also wasn't overly happy with the armholes of my sloper. I don't think I got them right. And whilst it's fine for a grown-on sleeve, and I am really happy with the dress that I made from it, even if I don't wear pencil skirted dresses, I'm still keeping that one because like I'm really proud of how that one turned out. I may wear it. I do want to try ones with sleeves, and I also want to try the trouser block as well, which actually looks much simpler than I thought it was going to be. So I know I haven't got time to do all of that in November, but I would like to have a play around, and I might go back to it in January because I've got, you know, 3 fairly large projects for December as well as Vlogmas. So yeah, that was a lot of words, wasn't it? Minara says, I miss this Britcom as time goes by. A romance between the older generation. Now I am in the older generation range. Interesting how things work out. Yeah, I used to like as time goes by. Caroline says, Lord Peter Whimsy is really nostalgic. Ooh, okay. Olivia says, YouTube has also has Midsummer Murders. That's a great show. Jojo says, that just means you're a sustainable comedian. Recycling my jokes, yes. Elena says, we have talked to you about Leverage with Rotten Ralph every time you've asked for things to watch for the past 2 years. I need to behave myself and check this out then, don't I? Let me have a look. Oh, I'm re-listening to the Wheel of Time books at the moment as well, because whilst the TV show is good, it's not as good as... Oh, okay. Yeah, I will check this out. I will get some leverage in my life. Cool. Thank you. I've got it on my thing now, so I won't forget. What was I saying? Yeah, the TV series, Wheel of Time. It's good, but the books are so much better. I was really confused watching the first series. It's like, what is going on? Like, no. Because they miss so many things out, but of course they do. They have to. The books are huge, so yeah. What Ralph says, we watch good eats and Food Network shows in our house. And did you see the new Dungeons and Dragons movie? I did. I liked it. Elena says to Rotten Ralph, did you watch Roncole's charity D&D session yesterday? Elena says, Rotten Ralph says to Elena, no, I was doing moderator duties last night in another channel. Rebecca says, it always makes me think of Practical Magic. Ooh, I like Practical Magic. Rotten Ralph says it was fun. Joker Clee says David Weber's Safe Hold series is pretty good too. If you want something sci-fi fantasy to read, ooh, I will have to check that out. I am going to go back through the chat and write all these down later. I know I'm not doing it now, but if I did it now, then I'd never get anything done. Elena says to Rotten Ralph, you should check it out. It's the first 12-hour stream from yesterday. Gig Racer says, what is the narration like for the Wheel of Time? I struggle with a lot of audiobook narration. So I found out that they have had Rosamund Pike reread, I think, the first 3 books at the moment. But the originals were narrated by a man and a woman. I really like their voices. It took me a little while to get into it, but I do really like them, to the point where because I've purchased them all and then returned them because I was like, I'm never going to listen to those again. It was good, but yeah. But now I'm watching the TV series. I'm like, yeah, no, I want to listen to that again. So I've repurchased them, and I've gone for the originals rather than the Rosamund Pike ones. And only because, for me, I have the Wheel of Time, the first book, and I can't return that one, and I don't want to buy the same book just for a different narrator. And also, she's only done 3, and there are sort of 14 books or something in the series. But I like it. It did take me a little while to get into it, but I do like it. But yeah, I'm with you. I need a good narrator. Like the Game of Thrones books, I think I've said this to you guys before, but the Games of Thrones books, I cannot with the narrator of that, Roy Dotrice. I'm sorry. You're all over the shop. Like, you can't even keep the characters straight. And the accents that you've given them change between, like, conversations. So I just know. You get the names, I just know. How that got through, like, the editing process, the names being pronounced wrong and things, I don't know. But, yeah. Elena says it was 24-hour charity stream in total, just separated into 2 streams, so YouTube will save them. Ah, very cool. And good to know, because I keep thinking about doing a 24-hour charity stream for like children in need or something. And good to know that you need to separate them out to 12-hour portions so that they don't disappear into the ether forever. Did anyone watch Bernadette Banner's Sewing for 24 Hours video? Because I have a feeling that mine would be similar, if not worse. Deterioration into madness. So, yes. Joker says, Miles Cameron has pretty good fantasy series too. Nice thick books with lots of plot twists. Lol. Ooh. I will check that out too. Laurel's here. Good morning, all. Good morning. Conchetta says, currently listening to Good Omens, narrated by the cast of the show. Oh, cool. I love Good Omens. I actually recommended it to book club when I was still going years ago. And most of them liked it. Some of them did not. But, good on them for a group of sort of mum and dad's age of people, like, giving it a try. Mind you, I'd given all their books a try, so they kind of had to, but yeah. It mostly got a good review. Mum and dad absolutely loved the TV show, and they were really reluctant to read the book. Everything laying where it should and lining up correctly. Conchetta says it's amazing for the Good Omens. I think I need to have a listen to that. Anna says, yeah, I watched Bernadette's. Bless her. It was just one of those ones where it's like, oh, I feel for you. Elena says they managed to collect 102,000 in American dollars. Wow, that's amazing. Good Gracer says, yes, watch Bernadette Banner's 24-hour sewing marathon. Have to try going to sleep. Good luck with finishing the skirts and lining. Have a great week, everyone. You too. Thank you for joining us. Rotten Ralph says, my reintroduction to audiobooks was World War Z and his Dark Materials, both with full casts. I have original narration of Good Omens. And good night to Gig Racer, and also says, I had fair preparation flashbacks during Bernadette's marathon sewing video. Yeah. Ooh, his Dark Materials. That would be a good one to listen to again. I haven't listened to that for ages. Oh, the new Percy Jackson's coming out soon as well. I'm really hopeful for the TV show. It can't be worse than the movies. They really did that series dirty with those movies. And Ari says, night night peeps, thank you for joining us. Joker Close says she was so done by the time she hit the 24 hours lol. Yeah, it'll be the early morning. If I ever do something like that, it would be a charity stream, and it would be the early mornings that would be the killer. I would die. I mean, I wouldn't, obviously, but it would not be the most fun I've ever had. I'm nearly done. One more line of sewing, then cutting, then pressing, then 2 more lines of sewing. Can do this. Sarah says, sewing question. Since you don't use your serger on wovens, how do you finish pants nicely? Pants as in trousers? French seam, bias binding, lining. If I was making jeans, I'm not ruling out using a serger to do a faux flat felled seam. But yeah. Elena says, how many books is there now on Percy Jackson? I did read 7 of them. They've just released a new one, which I kind of enjoyed. It's about him trying to get into college. I also really like the Norse mythology and the Egyptian mythology ones as well. And the Apollo ones. I like Rick Riordan as an author. I like young adult books. They're not too taxing for my little brain. Caroline says, for audiobooks, Carol Dunn's Daisy Dairy Maple nearly as good as Amelia Peabody. Oh, cool. Rotten Ralph says, I have a pre-order for the full series of his Dark Materials with James McAvoy. Got to get that. That one will be what I will wait for. Good shout. Sarah did. Trousers, yes. Yeah. Seam binding, bias binding, French seams where appropriate. Lining, fully lining them. And yeah, I don't rule out using an overlocker if I need to in the future. Although I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm like, I don't know if I want to make trousers. But I probably will fully line the ones that I do make, because they're going to be like the cigarette pants in the silk peony. I'd have to interline it with cotton lawn to start with, so that the silk had some structure, and then I would fully line it anyway, and enclose all the raw seams. Anna says, I recently was awake for 38 hours straight. I have had many times in my life that I have been even longer, so even if I did a 24-hour thing, I should be okay. Yeah, I've had quite a few sessions, gaming sessions, when I was in my mid-20s, of like, you know, a good 30 hours straight, playing World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and stuff. And I've had quite a few work where I've done double shifts and things, so like 16 hours work and then not had any sleep, and then gone back the next day to undo another 8-hour shift. So I've done it in the past, but I've not done it for a while, and I'm in my 40s now, so yeah. I think it will be a very different thing if I do attempt it. Yeah, interesting. It'll be interesting. I have far too many insomniac nights though, because of this. So yeah, the lack of sleep is interesting. Going round curvy bits. And then it says, you should check One Call of the Bailey stream as background to have an idea of 24-hour charity streams. You will see a lot of familiar faces there. Ah, cool, because yeah, I haven't watched any Emily D. McBaker or any of the kind of like LawTube for a while. Because I did get very obsessed for a while, and then it was just like, I don't have time for this. So yes. Churn Dash was saying, I meant to say the lining fabric was the silk. Oh, did I miss something? Did I miss your previous comment? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? I don't think I've seen a previous comment from you today, Churn Dash. It's nice to see you. Anna says, the human body sure is incredible. Yes. Rockmouth says, my current audiobooks are by T. Kingfisher. Do you have an Audible membership, Shan? I do. Churn Dash says they were together. Oh, I'm really sorry. I think I've missed your comments. What were we talking about for lining fabric with silk? Because that sounds amazing. Elena says they did talk law for a whole 30 minutes in total in the second part. 30 whole minutes out of 24. That's impressive. It's kind of like me sewing for nearly 2 hours. I'm determined to get one of these done on stream today, and then I will do the other one off stream because I don't think I'm going to get both done, am I? Ralph says, I might need to send you a book, lol. Ooh. Can you do that with Audible? But yes, I do have an Audible membership. I've had it for years. I had 5 credits until like yesterday when I went through and I reordered all the Wheel of Time books because I was just like, you know what? I need to listen to this again. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Right. Spin around in the corner. There we go. Churn Jazz says, I know why the comment didn't appear. One of the words is probably censored. Oh, I usually get to see those, but okay. One class I took, the teacher said that she made trousers with some silk that she had been given that had lips all over it, lips all over it. She called them her kiss my ass trousers. Oh, I love it. That's amazing. I added the ass. I'm assuming that's what she meant. That's so cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Elena says to Churn Dash, that's the perfect name for a trousers. Ralph says, fantasy books with 30 years of female protagonists who are sarcastic. Nice. Oh, has anyone read the Green Rider series? I love that series. There's only one audiobook. I'm so gutted. So I bought all the actual books on my Kindle so that I can read them when I go on holiday, except I've not been on holiday since 2019. Never mind. It's one of my favorite things to do on holiday. I can't listen to an audiobook by the pool. It sends me to sleep, and that's not what I want. So I read on my Kindle. Because I would take physical books with me because I have all the Green Rider series in physical books, but I pack too many clothes, so I have too much weight in clothes, so that's why I got myself a Kindle. And the only time it comes out is when I go on holiday. That's bad, isn't it? I don't read physical books anymore. I really don't. I think it's because I concentrate so much during the day that I don't want to strain my eyes anymore. Then I have to. I am trying to say words in sentences, but yeah. I was just thinking, I was looking at this and I was like, oh, this is going to look really good with that lime green cardigan that Mum knit me. It is. Which again, I think is a winter palette, but did anyone see Nicole Rudolph's video that came out yesterday about the colour analysis and the seasons and where all the history behind it? I thought that was quite interesting. I think one of the reasons that I like Nicola's system so much is that there's no colours that are off limits. It's like she's never going to tell you no. There's like ways of making the things work for you so that you can wear whatever you like, but just trying to enhance and make you look better. Because like Rachel, you came out as a summer, didn't you? Which really doesn't surprise me actually. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that kind of influences your sewing. And Sue, I think you said that you'd had yours done by the same person that did Rachel's. So that'll be interesting to see what you come back as. Is there any, like, is it literally just sending off a photo and then getting a report back with that one? Probably less chatting. Yeah, so Nicola and I, like I say, we did kind of like get a little bit carried away. We had 5 hours and we filmed 2 videos. If anyone, again, all the Patreon peeps have seen the bloopers from that. And that was the bloopers that were appropriate to be shared with the world. Okay. Second seam is done. So let's go activate the iron. So that once I've trimmed everything, I can press everything and then sew those seams all over again. Elena says, books are heavy and take a lot of fabric space. I know, and I have to buy fabric wherever I go as my souvenir. Johanna says, I read a few of the Green Rider books, need to finish the series. I think I've got 1 book left to finish the series. That's why I'm so bummed that there aren't more audiobooks. At least I don't think there are. There weren't the last time I looked. Ghost in Britain, isn't it? Kerrigan. They're some of my favourites. All titles started. Authors. Kirsten Britain. Green Rider. Nope. Are there more? All titles. Yeah. Oh! Oh! Have they put more out on? Yay! They have! Oh, it's a. I've just bought all the Wheel of Time ones. Damn it! Oh, please don't tell me they're abridged. Oh no, that one's not. That one's not. That one's not. No, no. Oh, yay! I love the Green Rider series, and now they have them all on audiobook. Oh, that's going to be mad though, because I have the hard copies, I have the Kindle copies, and I will have the audiobooks. So that's my next sort of 6 Audible tokens taken care of. Yay! I love that series so much. Rockmouth says, my sister went on a trip to Colorado and packed an empty suitcase so she could have space for fabric and yarn on the way back. Nice. Yeah, I've kind of made it my thing now that if I go anywhere, I have to find the fabric shop and purchase a souvenir. So if I do go on holiday next year, that's not going to count with the fabric buying ban either. And I really would like to go and see my brother in Kuala Lumpur before he comes home. I think Mum and Dad are going to go in January. I would have loved to have gone in January, but this year has just not gone according to plan financially. So I don't have the money to do that. But I am hoping to go at some point next year when I can afford it and go and see my brother and go shopping in Malaysia for fabric. All of the fabric. Yeah, but when we went to Croatia the last couple of times, we found the local fabric store with the local fabric store Kitty, who was called Smudge, although smudge in Croatian is a very difficult word to pronounce. And we, I have my I have two, one of them's here. Then I don't know where my silk is from that trip, but it was going to be an Evelyn blouse, and it might still be an Evelyn blouse. But yeah. Yeah, fabric souvenirs to me are like, yeah, that and bottle openers. I used to buy my ex a bottle opener from wherever we went, and it kind of became a bit of a thing. So I do like bottle openers from places that I visit as well. Let's see. Anna says, it's in my to watch list, the Nicole video. And Laura says, yes, I saw Nicole's video, like the historical advice of having a local artist give you your color palette. I thought it was really interesting. And the point that really stuck with me is the resurgence of it over the years for different reasons, and how you know, like it was becoming, when things, usually you would go to somebody who would help you pick out the right colors for you and make the thing for you, and then ready to wear became more of a thing. So having your colors done in the sort of 20s, 30s, she was saying, was a thing, because you were having to make a lot of decisions by yourself. And then in the 80s there was like high street shopping, which is another, when the kind of, it became a resurgence of it as well. And now, because we're shopping online so much, she was saying she thinks that's why it's popular at the moment. I thought that was a really interesting perspective on it. Elena says, it's like I have purple hair. It's like I now have purple hair, blueberry jam, according to my siblings, and mostly pink wardrobe. Ooh. Rachel Lynn says, I haven't had my colours done, but I've always looked best in jewel tones and cooler colours, so I'm pretty sure I'm winter. Pastels look terrible on me. So pastels tend to be the summer, which is also a cool season. So yeah, it does sound like you're a winter. Do you wear more silver jewellery than gold? I always wore silver jewellery because it looked better on my tan skin, but I haven't had tan skin for years now, so I've started breaking out the gold stuff as well. And then these earrings only came with gold wire, and I love them. I have 3 pairs of them so far: malachite, lapis lazuli, and pearl. And I want all the other ones that they do, because they're just, I just love them so much. Rockmouth says, I was randomly looking at coloured shirts yesterday and found one of the ones that Bernadette wears and won't name because fast fashion, but it's secondhand, so we'll give myself a pass. Oh yeah, totally. I had my colours done as a child in the late 80s and recognised the book from Nicole's video. Oh, cool. Laurel says, does your local library lend out audiobooks? I have no idea. They're one of my, I mean, I pay £8 a month for my Audible. And I don't mind, now that I know all the Kristen Britton books are out, I will, over the next 6 months, that will be each one that I buy that month. Sometimes they do a deal of like £18 for 3 credits, and I have indulged in that in the past, but there's about 100 hours, if not more, of those books. So yeah, I probably will work my way through the wheel of time to the point that I've got up to book 6. So I'll listen to those, and then I will start listening to the Kristen Britton ones again as well. But no, I don't know if my local library lends audiobooks. I know my friend's one does, because she listens to a lot of Georgette Heyer ones, which I do have a lot of as well. Oh yeah. Nimue says, yay, October has all laid out. Now I just have to sew up the whole thing. It's only 155 pieces. You can do it. Crisis in Paris says, I'm sorry if you've already told us, but what is the gorgeous fabric that you're sewing? It's a viscose linen that I got from the textile centre about 6 or 7 years ago. And it's going to be a 9182 pinafore dress, which can be worn by itself, but I'm hoping to wear in the colder months over t-shirts and with cardigans, because I like the layered look. Rachel Lynn says, ooh, Patricia Briggs just announced the date for her new book. Can't wait for June the 18th. Nice. I do wear more silver than gold. Oh, yes. More winter traits. I genuinely thought I was going to be a winter. And apparently Nicola did as well, looking at my Instagram. But the green eyes and the green veins and the warm skin tone, she was like, nope, you're spring. So still vibrant colours. And I think that's why I do have a few of the winter tones in my extra colours that I can wear. Okay, one side down. Now to trim the other side. If I can find it. Nope. It's all the way over here. There we go. I've got enough of this left that I'm hoping I'm going to be able to make like a little tie front shirt as well for a different look. Crisis in Paris says, and by the way, I really enjoy Only Murders in the Building. I started that. I haven't gotten into it, but I didn't. This is the problem. I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to do other things at the same time, and I think I need to pay attention to new ones, which is why I like rewatching old TV shows. It's good for anxiety because you know what's going to happen, and it's also good for me because I don't have to concentrate on it too much, which apparently I struggle with. Conchetta says, I think I'm an autumn, but always look best in deep, warm colours, but I've always gravitated towards silver. Yeah, interesting. See, I love silver. Absolutely love silver. And I do want to replace these with gold rings. And I'm going to give these 3 to my best friend, Faye, because she wears silver all the time. But yeah, majority of my stuff is silver. Rotten Ralph says, Sian, you will probably enjoy the Iron Druid Chronicles on Audible as well. Modern Fantasy. I have heard of those. I will check them out. Thank you. Imori says, libraries are a good resource. I'm not biased at all. I ordered all the Harry Potter audiobooks in English via Interlibrary Loan and can't help that iTunes automatically pulled copies whilst listening. Nice. Carol says, good morning from New York City. Good morning. Elena says, I'm blessed with never-ending supply of audiobooks in Russian in the fantasy romance section. Nice. Jojo says, just looked up the Green Rider. Sounds fab. I do the 3 for £18 deal almost every month. Lol. So glad it's a digital library. Between books, fabric, and games, we wouldn't be able to move in the house. I highly, highly, highly recommend the Green Rider series, Jojo. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I'm really excited that it's now all on Audible, because it hasn't been for a very long time. So yeah, I'm excited about that. And if I'd have known that before I'd spent my 5 credits on Wheel of Time books, I would have bought all of the Green Rider books instead. But I'm not sad to have the Wheel of Time because I am enjoying listening to that again. And I do think the TV series has kind of not really done the books justice, but then that's the same for pretty much every TV series, really. There are very few. Let's see. What Mouse says to Nimue, libraries are the best thing. Indeed. Jane says, had my colours done in the 80s, I'm a spring, have been so useful, things go together too. Yeah. Carol says, I have green eyes, blue veins. I look better in cool colours. I've never had my colours done, but I wonder which way they'd go. I've had makeup people go warm on me and I hate it. Well, you're either a summer or a winter then. Do you prefer deeper colours or pastel colours? Which ones do you prefer wearing? And Carol says, the Murders Only building is in my neighbourhood. I know 2 people who live in it. Oh, very cool. That was one of the fun things about living where I did in London. It was so frequently featured in TV shows and series and stuff. It was like, that's my house. Or you can see my house. Getting there. The iron's probably cooling down again. Laurel says, I don't know that I trust an online analysis. I've taken too many pictures of fabric where the colour skewed massively. Seems my phone camera hates peacock blue. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, when Nicola first came around, she was like, no, I can't do it. I need to do it in person for a colour analysis. But she was like, no, we've worked out a way to make it work online. From what she was saying as well, like the extreme close-ups into the iris of the eye and things like that, like it needs to be a fairly detailed picture. But yeah, I did think it was interesting that she's like, yeah, we can do it online now. But you're right, because those velvets skewed massively, as you guys saw from the Zoom call and then the photo that I put up. Jane says, loads has been filmed in Bristol, Only Fools and Horses, Being Human, and they used to do Doctor Who here before it moved to Cardiff. Very true. Come on. There we go. Right. Now I need to go and press everything and see if the iron's turned itself off again. Oh, yeah. So reactivated that. Oh, she's gonna sit. Let's see. Carol says, my mother had worked at Universal Studios. Whenever she saw movies, she knew where on the lot it had been filmed. Ah, cool. Anyway, says they filmed one TV movie in my town years ago. It was funny to see the familiar places pretending to be something else. One main character lived in my boss's flat, and a colleague of my mum's was an extra. Oh, cool. And Laurel says, how cool, Nimue. Very cool. Ooh. Just got a comment. Chocolate is good. Chocolate is really good. Right. So we'll iron this. Don't move anything. I'm right here. This is gonna be a huge skirt. Why is it taking me so long to get to this? How have I ended up with chocolate in my hair? Okay. Okay. Ooh. Okay. It's a huge skirt, so it's kind of wrestling me, but we will get there. I will defeat it. It will get pressed. You will look better when you're pressed. Come on, behave. Getting there. Getting there. Now I need to try and make the curved edge of my pocket behave. I can't remember the last time I put pockets in something actually. I'm definitely not a must-have pockets in everything kind of a girl. Okay, one side is done. Now for the other side. Just disembodied waffling at you. If anyone looks on now, they'll be like, well, this is fascinating. Okay, second pocket bag being corralled. Nearly done, promise. Done. Right. Second line of stitching. I won't forget this time to do it at 3/8 of an inch. There we go. Let's see. How much did I miss? Sorry, you guys just been chatting amongst yourselves. Carol says, you've got mail, was all set in my neighbourhood. Her shop is down the block from me. Oh, cool. Ralph says, I've seen one movie filmed in my hometown and only one. Laurel says, when we first moved to Chicago, there was an empty lot nearby filled with these strange white structures. Turns out it was the set of one of the communities in the Divergent movie. Oh, very cool. Rotten Ralph says to Carol, the shop around the corner from You've Got Mail. I liked that shop. Carol says, I once saw George Clooney film a scene while voluntarily stuck in a nail salon. and to Rotten Ralph, yep, that's now a dry cleaners. Oh, Nimue, Rotten Ralph says to Nimue, seeing your place in a movie is a strange experience. I can imagine. Carol says the outside of his store is now and was becoming when they filmed is actually a Barnes and Noble bookstore. The inside is somewhere else. Ralph says, my communication skills are deteriorating this morning. It's hard to experience your hometown in a movie or TV show because it jars you out of the story for me, and the inside's not matching the outside is one of the reasons. Conchetta says, Hocus Pocus Dude is in filming in my state. Oh, very cool. I liked that movie. I like the original as well. Yes, I used to live just off Tottenham Court Road in London, and that was near like British Museum and Bedford Square. And Bedford Square has been used. It's kind of like still majority of the houses there are still kind of very old, and there's no modern blocks there, so that's been used as like a fancy square in London quite frequently. And so that was always interesting. It was just like, haha, that's my house, because you could literally see my house in those ones. It was, yeah. Whenever they filmed anything on the South Bank as well, because I used to live right behind the Tate Modern, so you could you could see my house in the aerial shots from that as well. So like a couple of the James Bond movies and things like that. That's always interesting. And usually for me, it does take me out of what's going on, and I'm house spotting. I'm like, I live there, or I live there. So yeah. Jojo says, part of Ready Player One, it was filmed 5 minutes away from where I used to work in Digbeth, Birmingham. I didn't know it was filmed in the UK, or some of it. Conchetta says, Nos for A2 was practically filmed in the town. Is that Nosferatu? Those islands is my tiny state. Very cool. I did apply to be an extra on a film that was being made about Victoria, Dame Judi Dench. Oh, the mango one. But I had bright red hair at the time, so I was not selected. Although I did get a call to be an extra in Portsmouth. It would have been ideal if I knew how to gut fish, because I was going to be a dock worker. And I was just like, yep. Conchetta says, yes, Nosferatu. Ah, thank you. The dock worker Portsmouth one would not have worked because they wanted me there ridiculously early, which would have meant that I would have either had to have got the last ferry and just waited around for 4 or 5 hours, or stayed over. So yeah, no. Carol says, one of my friends has a section to care for in the garden in the last scene. Oh, cool. And Conchetta says, wow, autocorrect fail. Rhode Island is a tiny state. It didn't help that the heart was hiding half of the sentence, so I was just like making it up. So yes, Rhode Island is a tiny state. Like all those kind of Massachusetts, Vermont, all those ones are kind of small, aren't they? Connecticut, New York's big, but then the ones that to the side of it, I think I have that right. Rotten Rouse says Rhode Island is very tiny. I mean, and I'm talking in comparison to the size of other states, not in the comparison to the other sort of places in the world, because, like, you know, I'm aware that Britain or Great Britain fits into America one or two times. So Wait, just make sure that these are actually lining up. Not at all. That's better. Laurel says, it's so fun to do side-by-side map compare of different countries to see how they compare. Yeah, I love those kind of things. Jojo says, lots of outdoor stuff, the most notable being the exterior scenes towards the end of the truck driving around the litter-strewn streets, not our litter. Spielberg bought it with him. Oh, that's so cool. But only a Ready Player One. One of the best books. I love that book so much. Well, that's another one. That and Good Omens and Ready Player One. I made my book club read. And again, some liked it, some did not. Rotten Rouse says, you can put Great Britain in Texas and shake it like maracas. Yeah, Latini Tani. Elena says, Ralph, in my brain, that my brain just drew that cartoon. One of these times, the actual bobbin is actually going to be out of thread. So I'm trying to be watchful, but it's not that time. This is going to be such a fluffy skirt. Joker Clee says, Manitoba looks at Texas and laughs. Lol. Oh, come on. You've still got thread. Rotten Ralph says to Laurel, I have fallen down that rabbit hole on many occasions. Elena says, but can you fit Texas in Alaska? And Jojo says, lolling at Joker, please. My state can eat your state. I'm just sitting here in my little country, my little island, just being like, I'm small. You would never notice me. Did anyone read and watch Mortal Engines, where cities were actually ending up being on wheels and go around trying to eat each other? I thought that was really interesting. Like, obviously, the bigger cities and eat the smaller cities. Again, the books were way better. Let's see, mark image as a stopping place. Rotten Ralph says, Joker please, as does Alaska. Amber says, good morning everyone, I'm so glad I finally caught alive again. Hi Amber. Rotten Ralph says, I'm currently in Florida, it's just odd. Carol says, most people don't even realize I live on an island. Yeah, New York is an island, isn't it? Like, there's lots of little islands around there. Elena says, I watched the movie and need it to be continued somehow. For Mortal Engines, yeah, the books are so good. Rotten Ralph says, I saw the books for the Mortal Engines. They looked interesting. I really enjoyed them. Again, young adult fiction, but I really enjoyed them. I thought they were fun. Just going to close off the pockets on this side, and then we will do the other side. Let's see. Joker Clee says, one of these days, Sian, when I have appropriate guest accommodation suitable for you, I'll bring you over here for a visit and show you the place. Lol, might not make it to Churchill, but oh well. I would love to come and see Canada. I want to just win the lottery and then just tour the world. That would be amazing. Giant Peeps tour. Ralph says, I prefer young adult fiction a lot of the time. Laurel says, checks map, Chicago is about 2 Isle of Wights. Oh, really? Yeah, we're tiny. We've got like 120,000 people here. Elena says, how many books are in the Engine series? I think 3. I read it a while ago. Well, listened to it a while ago, but yeah, I think 3. I just thought it was a really interesting take. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed them. I thought they were good. Good. Okay, so that's one side done. Now to sew the other side. And let's just pin the one little bit that I want to pin ahead of time this time, not when I'm an inch away in the sewing process. Yes. Carol says, I grew up on Long Island, which is next to Manhattan. It's along 90 miles, 145 kilometers. Yeah, it's always amazes me when people are like, oh, Long Island an island? It's like, yeah, the clue is in the name. Isn't that like a Joey quote? And he's like, oh, I thought it was like Staten Island. Also an island. Elena says, and young adult books doesn't have so much romantic and naughty subjects, so it's actually interesting reading. Yeah, I agree. I like that. Are you really out of bobbin thread? No, you're not. Stop fibbing. Stop it. It's fibbing to me. Although I am getting to the point where it will be out of thread soon. But I said that during the last scene, didn't I? And here we are, still stitching away. maneuver everything so it's lying flatly. So yeah, I haven't pinned the second time round because this is nicely behaved fabric and everything is pressed really well. So I've pinned one little bit just to 100% make sure that that gets sewn accurately, but the rest of it, I am not worrying about pinning. Olivia says, mysteries are my favourite thing to listen to, although yesterday I had a long drive, so I listened to a few sewing podcasts. Oh, cool. Crisis Paris says, I've seen the filming a scene from 50 Shades of Grey from my apartment window. They were running in the rain. It was not raining that day, but they made it rain on my street. Oh, that must have been so weird. Ralph says, I like young adult fiction because it's uncomplicated and comfortable. I say that, and John Green exists. I have never read anything by John Green, but yeah, I like comfortable stuff. I don't like being challenged. I don't like that kind of feeling that it gives me. I want escapism. There is enough challenging stuff in the real world. I want escapism for sure. Eleanor says, I love mysteries and true crime the most, but adventure and fantasy romances are good to stir the pot and relax. Olivia says, there are lots of mystery books, not on audio, I don't think, that are sewing, quilting and knitting related. Just mystery, not romance or anything like that. Oh, cool. There was one called Spin the Dawn that I remember really liking, and I think it's a series. Let's look. They definitely left it on a no, if I got that wrong then. They definitely left it on a cliffhanger. Did I get the name of the book? Spin the Dawn. Elizabeth Lim. Help if I could spell. It's my own middle name, so I should be able to do that. Elizabeth Lim. Ooh. Spin the Dawn doesn't seem to be on here, but I know I listened to it. Elizabeth Lim. The Blood of Stars, #1. Yeah, so where's #2? It's about sewing. But I remember enjoying Spin the Dawn, but it doesn't seem to be on Audible anymore, which is odd. So over your pins, unless you're Bianca. I do not have a deal with my machine because it knows I'm not having children, so can't trick it into pretending it can have my firstborn. Because no. Although if Gianna was going to have kittens, not that she can anymore, but for a while she was, I could have given it the first kittens and then kept them, looked after them for the machine. That would have been acceptable. Conchetta says, just compared Rhode Island to the Isle of Wight. We are larger. However, we are 90% smaller than Great Britain and can fit into Texas about 221 times. Oh, wow. Yes. I live on a tiny island, like so many of you. Teeny tiny. I had to answer a question the other day. It was like, would you be willing to travel 90 minutes to get somewhere? And I'm like, if I travel 90 minutes in any direction from my current position, I will be in the sea. which was a little tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but yeah, it did make me giggle. It's like, I mean, yes, I'm willing to travel 90 minutes to get somewhere, but honestly, I would be a little wet when I arrived. Mim's here. Hello, Sean. A little bit late. How are you? Very well, thank you. How are you? Conchetta says, I do love young adult books as well. Yes. Carol says, ever since I learned that they used dried milk to powder to film rain scenes whenever I see the scene singing in the milk. Whenever I see the scene, I think singing in the milk. I had no idea. I know they did used to use salt to make it look like waterfalls. I know they use that in like the Phantom Menace. Although I think CGI has kind of caught up to the point where CGI just does it now. Laura says The Poison Thread is a good sewing-related gothic thriller. Ooh, yeah, you recommended that one before. Elena says we have a sewing stream that somehow turned out to a film and book club. whilst I'm actually sewing. See, this is the thing. When I'm not chatting, when I'm actually sewing, the topic goes wildly off topic. Olivia says they usually centre around a group of friends who ultimately get involved in a murder, disappearance, or historical incident. Rotten Mouse says John Green is an amazing writer. He attacks the serious subjects. It's occasionally heartbreaking. Yeah, I don't want heartbreaking books. I can't deal with that. I need escapism. Carol says to Elena, expectations of staying on topic. I mean, usually it's fabric fondling or waffling about fabric. So, yeah. Olivia says to Laurel, I'll have to check that one out. Elena says to Carol, if I must give a number, it will be 1%. Yeah. Nimue says, escapism is important. That's why I've reread so many fanfic favourites the last few years, and I know these authors and trust them to write whatever they put the characters through. Yes. Mim says, what are you sewing? The fabric is gorgeous. It's the skirt portion of the 9182, and the fabric is from the Textile Centre many years ago. Conchetta says to Rotten Ralph, John Green is amazing. I do end up ugly crying at various points in his books. Can't do that. And Rotten Ralph says to Conchetta, looking for Alaska in The Fault of Our Stars, I weep. Oh no, I can't watch that either. I heard it's sad. I don't do sad. I don't want to do sad. I cry enough by myself. I don't need to actively try and make myself cry. I'm nearly done. I'm so close. I took painkillers at the beginning of the stream, which was 3 hours and 18 minutes ago, which means I have got 40 minutes before I can take painkillers again. I can do these. They are wearing off. I am very aware that they are wearing off. I'm determined to get this skirt finished. I also want to check and see if I've got enough red denim to cut out the Sorrento jacket out of red denim, because I actually think that would be way better for my wardrobe than the black one that I made and have given away. Conchetta says to Rotten Ralph, yes. Elena says, just noticed that my writing today is something else than readable. Sorrowful for all the brain pain, Sean. It's all right. I have brain issues anyway. We know this. Come on. You've got so little left to do. It'd be really nice, Bobbin, if you could just finish off this side of the skirt and let me baste the pocket bags into place once they've been pressed. That would be really pleasant of you if you could do that. Stop it. Okay. Right, so I just need to sew the pocket bags shut at the top in the bottom of the pocket for reinforcing. Oh, yeah, Mum's on her way. Could hear her coughing. No. Don't bring your jams down here if you're not well. I do not want jams. No jams. Right. So, 1.5 inches for this one, and 1 inch for that one. And then we're almost done. Let's do.
How's it going?
It is good.
Good.
You're getting there.
Dad's trying to put your blind up for you.
Oh, is Chiana?
Apparently, it's only been there 7 months.
It's been here since January.
Okay.
Yeah.
11. Well.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I didn't like to nag, so I don't. Trouble is with that, nothing gets done.
That's right.
But I hate nagging. I don't want to do it. I don't like it.
Me neither.
Remember to put your brakes on.
It's not.
No, Mum, you you jog it and it collapses, then I'm not taking responsibility. I did try. Elena says Sorrento number 6. No, I have my green one, the tan wool one, the denim one. I made a black one, but I've given it away, so it will be Sorrento made number 5 and in the wardrobe number 4. So not quite. Rotten Rouse says everyone here should read Paladin's Grace, a wizard's guide to defensive baking for the Kittenish Behaviour book club. That sounds amazing. Bionic says, I'm from Australia and just enjoy watching your videos. I'm currently dying in this heat, but your live is comforting.
Heat.
Australia.
Lucky thing. Oh.
Why didn't you move us there then?
Dad didn't want to.
Mm.
I would have.
Don't tell me that now. I could be Australian, your dog.
You could. You could.
I mean, I'm a quarter Australian. Yeah. I already sound Australian. I get that so many times. It's like, you ever lived there? Yeah, like my nose.
I know. Come on, sweet.
Yeah, in or out, Susie? The door is not staying open. She's going to walk in, Okay. She'll walk up to it and bang her nose on it and then scratch at it. Oh, you can put her bed under my table. Yeah, sorry, I didn't. That's the one bit I didn't do. Conchetta says, would it be out of line to add book movie recommendations to the Facebook group? So many of us have common interests. Not at all. I probably ought to start a pinned post, actually. That would be totally fine. Totally happy with that. Olivia says, I came in late, couldn't tell that you are in pain. You hide it well. Sadly, those of us that deal with chronic daily pain learn how to hide it. Oh, yeah. I had an email from somebody, really kindly men on Instagram the other day, just saying, oh, you haven't mentioned your jaw pain for ages. I hope everything's better. It's like, no. If I mentioned it as often as it hurts, then I'd be whining about it all day and I would get sick of the sound of it, let alone everybody else that I live with, because there does come a point where people's sympathy does run out, and it's not because they're not sympathetic, but if somebody is complaining constantly, it does come to a point where you're just like,
and we were told not
no, and
I because it reminds you,
one of my therapy sessions that I had, you know, I talked about the fact that it was just like, I love that Mum asks, but Mum asking every day is making me think about it every day. That's why I stopped wearing my color-coded black bracelets as well, because I could see it. I think I'm thinking about doing the earring thing, getting the color-coded earrings, because I can't see them once I put them on.
That's a good one.
Because the bracelets was a great idea because it told Mum how I was feeling daily without me having to articulate it. Because Mum asking and then me having to say this is either lie or be like, yeah, this is how I'm feeling, got very straining for me and for Mum, because I was snapping, and I wasn't meaning to snap, but it was just one of those things where it's like, I'm in pain. So yeah. So you stopped asking, which was very kind of you, and
Very difficult.
very difficult, because you want to be concerned and you want to be, you know,
I'm a trained nurse.
Yeah.
My job.
Yeah. So I appreciate the effort. Yeah, I very much appreciate the effort of you not doing it, because it
Yeah.
you know, it does help. For anyone who has chronic pain knows that talking about it doesn't help. I mean, I know you've pulled out now, but yeah. But yes, if I whined about it as often as I wanted to, that's all I talk about. Elena says to Rotten Ralph, that sounds interesting. Can you add it to the Peeps group book post? We need to, yeah, well, if somebody's already started one, that's totally fine. If not, I will try and remember to start one.
What's that?
We're going to start a book recommendation, book and movie recommendation post on the Peeps group, and I'll pin it to the top, and we can just add to the comments.
That's a good idea.
I think so, yes. We've been talking about lots of books and stuff today. The Green Rider series, they have finally done them all on audiobook. For the longest time, it was only the first one, but they've now released them all on audiobook. Unfortunately, I've just spent all my 5 credits on the Wheel of Time books, so I will be buying the Green Rider ones over the next 6 months, as I get a credit each month. So,
and who's
narrating it?
Yeah,
I don't know. Nobody that I know, and not one that you'd recognise. But I remember I liked her voice from the first one. So yeah. Rock Ralph says yes, indeed. Box says back. Went to have lunch. We are still here. Yes, I've been going for 3.5 hours today. Lots of waffle. Olivia says, when you looked up, immediately thought Jurassic Pigeon. No, it's my Jurassic mum. I heard you coughing when you were walking out, and apparently I was mid-sentence and I looked up and they were like, Jurassic Pigeon. It's like, nope, I heard you coming.
Jurassic mum.
Jurassic mum.
I'm not sure I know.
No, it wasn't meant the way it's come out.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
About that remark.
No. Nimue says, hello, Jane. Olivia says, hello, Jane.
Hello,
Hope you're feeling
Nimue.
better. Eleanor says, good day to Jane. Conchetta says, hi, QQ. Hope you're well. Ralph says, almost said hi to mum on my Instacart chat. No, wrong one. Eleanor says, I always remembered it right. Rotten Ralph says, hello, Jane. Laurel says, hi, Jane. Bionic says, praying for you, sending prayers for your pain. Thank you. And the Poverty Pair says, hello, and thank you for sharing the idea of colour coding. I think I'm going to try it about my social energy quota. Yeah, the only thing I would say is that for me, the bracelets were a great idea, but I could see them. So it was a daily reminder of like, you're not having a good day if I was not having a good day. But I think the earrings, there's also, there's a pin that you can get with a sliding scale from social energy with a sliding scale on it from good to like I have none, which again you can't see it without like looking down, so I liked that as well. But yeah, I think I'm going to do the earring thing because I've got green and white and blue, so I need red, orange. I think that would be a good idea. Let's see. Olivia says, Shan, totally understand. My husband thought I wasn't in pain because I didn't talk about it. Pretty much said the same thing you just said. I just try not to think about it. Yeah. Poverty Pair said, yes, I would love to be part of a book movie group. And Joker Cleese says, hi, Mum. Bye, Mum. She's still here. Are you? Unless you're going.
Who's that?
Joker Cleese.
Who?
Joker Cleese.
Let's just wait.
You should come say hi.
Very rude.
She's just walked in and ignored you.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
very rude. Hi.
Hello, Mother.
Hello.
Is the dog in its bed?
Yes.
Yeah, don't disturb it. I heard pitter patter. Did I wake her up?
Yeah.
Oh, bollocks. That was you. That wasn't me talking. It was you moving. It was your fault. I do. I think it was totally you. She's like, oh, we're going, are we? Let's get up and off we go. It's like, no, Suze. Back to bed. She's going to go dig at the door now. But then she's on the wrong side of the door, so she comes and digs at the other side of the door, and both are irritating. bobbin may have listened to me and has held on. Just need to baste the top of the skirt, but I need to press it first. Let's turn the iron back on. Would you like a dark milk button?
Ooh, lovely.
You won't tell Dad.
Very nice. Very nice. Mm.
Mm. Half an hour till I can have drugs. Mm? Half an hour till I can have drugs. For as much as I'm sitting there going, I don't talk about it. Drugs. Elena says, but you are the worst in using brooches. Oh yeah. No, I not brooches wouldn't work for me at all. I do really like the sliding pin, sliding scale pin. I thought that's a really cool idea, but it wouldn't work for me, which is why I've not bought it. But I do think the earrings thing is a good idea. Because it doesn't even necessarily have to be these little hoops. I could have some studs in, because that way I just have to put one in and then it's on display for everybody else, but I'll never see it. I think that's a good idea for me. Let's see. Joker Clee says, oh no, I thought Mum had already left. No, she is quilting. She's making noise now. She is making noise. Vox says, might be a silly question, but why does your mum sew with gloves? Quilting gloves? Like, what? Why do
you can...
They're grippy.
Grippy, yeah.
They're grippy. Although you've cut the fingers off of a couple of the fingers, haven't you?
So I can do things.
Yeah.
Like thread needles.
And take things out, yeah.
Yeah. Catch things.
Yeah, they're grippy.
That's the badger.
That's the badger. Rotten Mouse says, I have started book recommendations thread. Oh, let me pin it. Let me pin it. If I can do that from here. Oh, Nia started on her Christmas cake.
Is she?
No captions required. Look. She's going to feed it and make it very alcoholic.
I love Nia's Christmas cake.
It's a good cake. It's. Oh, now I'm supposed to be looking at something.
Tell her I've only started her birthday.
And you just started her first jumper
twice. I'm about to start it the third time.
And you enjoy. So what?
Not
which,
yet.
Is she a Catherine of Aragon?
Yeah.
Right. In lipstick red.
Mm-hmm.
Is the wool all right? Did I get the right stuff?
Yeah, the wool's great.
Good.
It's just the pattern.
Book recommendations. Thank you, Darcy. Right, so I need to pin this. Pin to featured. There we go. I am helping, but read The Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking by T. Kingfisher, making Meat Bob the Sentient Sourdough Starter. Okay, that sounds awesome. Thank you.
What's that?
There's a book they're recommending. I'm helping, but read The Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking by T. Kingfisher. Meet Bob, the Sentient Sourdough Starter. I like it. Oh, Mum. To save me going fabric shopping on Friday, do you have something that I could steal to line my bag with? This is the outer.
To line your
bag with. She's concentrating. What the? So I'm remaking my Kittenish behaviour bag.
Oh, right.
For a tutorial.
Yeah.
And I stole last time your orange batik.
Do you want something that's fairly solid?
Yes.
That orange down there.
Orange?
The Liberty orange.
No, that's not. That's. I want cotton.
That's why.
Because this is this is too. That would be way too thick. This is already thick, and then with all the layers of like foam and interlining, it would not be good.
What colour?
I don't know. There's lots of colours to pick from the butterflies. Let's turn you guys around so you can see a slight waffle now over here. I'm going to iron my skirt as well because I've still got to baste the tops on. Susie, She's just staring at the back door. At the,
Oh, it's right.
she is. Yeah, she's doing that heavy breathing thing she does.
There's bag stuff then.
No, that's too dark. You know what would be perfect? The blue fairy frost. It wouldn't. It's too light. It would get dirty.
Useful.
I know, that's why I'm teasing.
Right. Okay. What colours?
Well, I was thinking something bluey. Or, well, I mean, it's more green actually, isn't it? I mean, yeah, red could work. It has got some red in the butterfly.
I've got that sort of stipply.
That's pretty.
That one.
It's a too busy
Too
though.
busy?
Yeah, I want something like the batik that you gave me last time, because it's got a print on it, but it's not like gonna fight with the butterflies. We don't want fighting butterflies. It's alright if you haven't got anything.
Funny birdie thing.
No, we don't like that. Where'd that come from? I was gonna say, it doesn't look like one that you've got.
I've got grey.
What kind of grey?
Look, it's all grey.
That's nice. Is there enough of it? That's fairy frost, so of course it's nice. I love fairy frost.
Nice.
No, it's tiny. Not nice.
The same.
No.
Okay.
Both of those are very nice, but no, there's not enough of those. It's all right. I'll go and get something on Friday.
I've got ready things.
What? No.
Is that any good?
No.
Roses.
No. I mean, I want something like that.
Maybe that.
I don't know if I can. I can't take it out whilst reaching over that way. Fair enough.
Is the yard?
Ooh, yes! No, that looks perfect. Look, that's nice. Look,
Oh,
look,
there's
look.
that one. That's more the colour, actually.
I think I actually gave you that one.
That's Jones.
Oh, yeah, no, that is a better colour.
Colour looks right,
But I
doesn't it?
prefer the print on that one. What do you guys think? I'll come back and read the chat in a second. I need to finish pressing this because otherwise I'm going to get distracted. Oh. She's on the wrong side of the door.
Yeah. Sit in your bed.
Yeah, Suze, come over here and sit in your bed, darling. Please. Don't want to listen to the high-pitched whining. Okay, so I just need to place the tops of the pockets in place, and then we will cat fabric, and then I will take drugs. Sorry, just need visual. Right. Tops of pockets. Pocketsies. Wonder if these are totally teeny tiny and inadequate. Come on. Come on, Bobbin. You've got 2 lines of stitching to do, and then I can retire you. One. And 2. Susie. What she wants is Dad in the same room. If we were all down here, she would chill.
That's right.
Hmm?
That's right, yeah.
Dad would be very bored.
Blind up,
I can't believe Dad's put my blind up.
when he's doing it. He was watching a video how to do it. And then he went upstairs.
Exciting. Not nagging works.
Eventually.
11 months later. We have pocketses. Look at the beautiful inseam pocketses. Oh, it's a nice size. That's not too small. I like it. I like it. I like it. Right, so let's hang that one up so it can start doing its biasy thing. But look at the gloriousness of this skirt, and it's going to be a lovely length as well. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Good.
Hang that one up. Susie.
Wished. Wished.
Get up, dog. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Right, and then I'll come back and I shall catch up with the chat and then read what you guys think about these picks for the fabric. For the thing, but I need drugs. I am not waiting the last 20 minutes because no. Yay. Silently murder the dog.
The trouble is it's not open at the top.
No, I wasn't going to let her out. I was going to give her some attention.
Oh, that's nice.
I thought so.
She like that.
Don't wriggle, because I will drop you. I don't want to be dropped. Ooh. There's a good girl. Yes. Yes. See, it's nice in the bed. Oh, the bed is good. Yes. We like the bed. Yes. Except I can't see the peeps. Let's see. Hello. You know who sings on me? No. No. Ah, how did I get to hit the chat? Let's see. Elena says to Vox, I use gloves at work when sewing something big and need better grip. Poverty Pear says, I can absolutely see your point, but can't do earrings or pin. It would annoy me too much and destroy my clothes. But grew up with arms covered with stuff, so it's perfect for me. So thanks. Oh no, awesome. Ran out of space, but meant to say thank you for the idea. No worries at all. Like whatever works for you. Like I really thought the bracelets were going to be a good idea, but for me it was a daily reminder, so I stopped wearing them, which is probably not helpful for everybody else, but it was better for my mental health. So yeah. Fox says, aha, that makes sense. Thank you, Elena. Nimue says, I bought 3-finger quilting gloves. They're really helpful. Elena says, we're almost managed without making everyone hungry. And then you mentioned cake. It was Mia that mentioned cake.
Oh, I love a piece of cake.
You can't have a piece of cake.
That's have to make a keto cake.
Yes. Those ones from Deliciously Dan or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
They were good.
Yeah, they are good, but not cheap.
No, they're not cheap. But that's another reason that you don't eat so much of it. So. Oh, you're having the worst day ever. Every single limb is quivering. I don't know if you can see that. Look at the quivering feet. That's happy quivering. She's doing her purring thing as well. She attempts. Let's see. Ralph says, I'm intrigued by the brooch with the slider on it. Can you try and die quietly, please? I'm not sure that was necessary. You just quiver away. You little weirdo. I'll see if I can remember where I found that. And try and remember to put it on Peeps. Elena says that big blue pile looks nice for butterfly fabric. Yeah, I did think blue, but actually the greens are really good. Darcy says, I don't mind if you call me my real name in chat. Thank you. Sorry, I said it out loud and I suddenly thought, oh crap, I've outed you, but you don't mind. That's awesome. Darcy says, I might want flighting butterflies. I like the lining for the butterflies. Lilia's box, it says gorgeous. I would love it in a black background. The butterflies, yeah. I really love this tapestry. I think it's really pretty. Laurel says the solid green on top of the stack is perfect. It is the perfect color. I really ought to go for the solid green, not the batik. But the batik is so pretty. Nimue says on screen the right one is the best match, and Conchetta says the one on the right looks best on screen. And Jojo says I prefer the green on top of the pile, which I think is the solid one. Lollapalooza says I'm back. Surprised you're still on. Had to go set all my clocks and fix my searcher. Nice. And Joker says ooh snazzy. And Elena says dad joke. I will do it. You don't need to remind me every 6 months. It's about right. I will do it. You don't have to remind me every 6 months. Yeah. The nagging thing.
Manana.
Jojo says, ooh, thanks for the reminder. I can shovel some drugs into my face now too. Ooh, what is it to be chronically fabulous? Please, please give my favourite redhead a massive love from me. Oh, Jojo sends you loves. Jojo sends you loves. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. See, she's quiet now that she's being loved. Elena says, is Susie secretly a cat? Yes, she desperately thinks she's a cat, doesn't she? She does try purring.
She does. She is a cat.
And constantly on the wrong side of the door, so she's got that bit down.
I definitely have slaves.
Yes.
No question about that.
Did I stop? Did I stop? Wow. I didn't get the paw. Darcy says Susie is just a little piggy.
Yes, I mean, look at the baby. You having the worst day ever? This is what you want, isn't it? You want all of the attentions, and then you're in the right side of the door. Except my hand is really going to smell like dog. Yes, and Shannon's going to be upset with me when I go home. If I stop, you're going to go and dig the door again, aren't you? Oh, do you want out? Oh, is that better? You are up in the air. I know you can't see, but trust me. No, no, no. She's like, I'm just going to go for a wander. She doesn't realise she's like a foot up in the air. This could go horribly wrong. This could go, hang on. Okay. Let me put you down first, please. Oh, she's determined to get out of the bed. She's like, if you stop. She likes the bed. Apparently not so much, no. She's very confused as to where she is now. She doesn't understand. She's going to get lost in all the nooks and crannies. Yes, well done. Close. You've got itchy face. That's no good. Yes, I think it has to be this one, doesn't it? Yes, that one looks the best. Yes. Darcy says the trembling paws are the requirements. Yes, there's like, love me. You love me. Elena says that bed does look like a baby crib. Does it like what? A baby crib. Well, we bought her a couple of beds, didn't we? One for down here and one for up there, and she does like both of them. That one's got solid walls as well, so she can rest her chin on it. So she can be like, so yeah. But I think Mum's gonna get her kaleidoscope green back.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I'm sorry. It's fine. Thank you very much.
The other is the perfect colour, isn't it?
Ooh,
Spot on.
what about that one? Oh no, it's your. Yeah, there's not enough of it anyway. Yeah. It's her expensive Christmas present, birthday present one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've already donated one of those to Susan's quilt.
Yes.
But it was a pinky one, so it's not the right colour for you anyway. Huh? Not yet.
Oh no.
Still in the pile.
Oh, it's going to make, yes, basins or something.
No. Would you like another chocolate button? It's a stupid question, wasn't it? Yeah. Wow. Gimme.
I'll take that chocolate.
Yeah, if it starts whining again. That's not a proper dog noise, Susie. The 9182. This might be a really good candidate for the pinafore dress I'm going to do in my capsule collection. Need to put the pattern pieces away. Let's do that. I don't know why I'm surprised how long the skirt is, because I have the pattern pieces. Now I'm not lining the skirt on this one because technically the fabric is not see-through, and whilst I do want it as a layering piece, I fully intend on wearing slips so that it doesn't stick to my tights. So I'm hoping I don't regret it, but it will be perfectly doable to go back in and add a lining later if I need to. So yes. Okay. And good sized pockets on this one, which is always a plus. Definitely can't be cut on the fold, these pattern pieces. They have to be cut on a single layer because they are so big. But that's doable. Totally doable. Okay, so that is that one done. And if I do end up liking it and making the pinafore dress out of it, I will do that one as the sew along, although that is going to be a cream fabric that is going to be fully lined. But the cream fabric does have an obvious right and wrong side, so fingers crossed that will be acceptable. Jojo says, and for anyone who hasn't seen Susie close up, she really does have the most adorable, beautiful eyelashes. Such a gorgeous little lady. She does little ginger eyelashes.
Even now, even
she's
in old age.
She's whining. This is the trouble. She's a very old lady. She's 15 years old, and so every whim gets pandered to. Right. And she knows this, so she milks it for all it's worth. Darcy says, I'm staying awake for my groceries to be delivered and will be napping post haste after that is done. Elena says, did you say pink? Did I say pink? Rottenmouth says, Mum has pink for the quilt that she's doing currently. Oh, you've got little stencils of the quilt motif that you used, haven't you? Can I have one of them so I can show them what you've done?
What, the pussycat?
Yeah.
Well, that's a bigger one.
Yeah, but that's fine. That'll be easier for them to see. No, this is good. So yeah, for the dark checkerboard parts of the quilt, Mum didn't know what to quilt it with, so she come up with that. Isn't it cute?
Isn't it cute?
So cute.
Yeah.
It looks awesome. You're going to go and do things with your dog so it
Yep.
doesn't end up being murdered by me.
Go on then. I'll take you because then you'll be in and I'll have to wait.
Yes. So it's been picked up and it's being delivered from one door to the other because it's too cold for her to wander around outside. She'll get too cold. And Darcy says, fell into the Gentle Reaper comics yesterday and was crying. It felt nice sometimes. Sad is happy for deep people. No murdered dog, yes. I mean, I wouldn't murder her. I wouldn't. She's too cute. But she does get very frustrating when she's like, I'm on the wrong side of the door. It's like up in the house, she's going to be alone now because Dad's in my room fixing my blind. Which is so cool. So, yeah. Right, I need to change my thread over to white thread. I might carry on. I know I've been waffling at you guys for 4 hours now. If you guys are up for it, up for more waffle, I might carry on waffling at you because I've still got another skirt to do. Right. How much thread is left on this bobbin? Oh, a fairly decent chunk. Yeah, that was kept saying it was out of thread, and there's a good 25% left on there. So this goes in the side of this, which is full of bobbins. That's elastic. Let's not use that one. So these are the bobbins that work. All of these are bobbins that do not work, which is very frustrating. Is she the right side of that door now?
Yeah. Put it in her bed. The other bed.
Yeah. Yeah, if you try and let her walk up there, it'd be half an hour, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm. So this next one that I'm doing is completely inappropriate for the time of year, and I knew that when I was going to cut it, when I was cutting it out. But I was so excited that I had a dress pattern for the small amount of fabric that I had that I couldn't wait. And so I am making a wildly inappropriate dress for the time of year. But hey ho, it's going to be very pretty. And then it says that's amazing to your little cat quilting pattern.
Yeah.
It's very subtle. The actual ones are
can't
smaller.
see it very well.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Once it's been pointed out to her
Yeah.
that they're little cat hearts. So yeah. Eleanor says, can we pretty please see the final quilt somehow?
Let me see what?
They want to see the quilt.
In a minute.
Yeah.
Let me get to the next bit where I have to cut off.
Yeah. The answer is yes. But you will see the final one as well. Eleanor says, I did watch 18 hours of 24-hour stream before falling asleep. So yes, all the waffle is welcomed. Olivia says, why don't those bobbins work? That might be a silly question, but I don't understand why. Right, so this is a computerized machine, which is a great joy and then an absolute pain in the proverbial when things don't work. So do you see all those little silver markings there? They are what the bobbin sensor in the bobbin casing read to see if the bobbin is full or not, because this thing is like, oh, you've got 20% of your bobbin left, you've got 18% of your bobbin left, you've got 6 and down to 8%, and then it's just less than 8%. So this one doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Oh, no, still.
That one, perfectly fine.
Oh, right.
I can't see the difference between the two, but apparently there's something on these silver markings that mean that this bobbin doesn't read, whereas this one does. And this machine has a setting on it that so that you don't fluff up and sew an entire line of stitching with nothing in your bobbin. After 7 stitches, if it's like, oh, there's no bobbin thread, it stops stitching and tells you and comes up on screen, and you have to manually say, no, 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 there's bobbin thread in there. So that is why it doesn't work. But now I'm showing them my case. So Mum, these are the ones that are broken.
Yeah.
These ones, and these are the ones that work. And then the ones in between are the ones that I've just thrown out in absolute rage because they're broken as well.
Yeah. I wonder if it's because we got them from Not Panina.
Well, these have worked. I've had these, what, for 5 years?
They have, yeah. They've been good.
They've been
for 5
fine.
years, so we can't
But, like,
really
I can't see. Some of these have scratches on them, but I can't see why these ones don't work. So that's why I've not got rid of these ones. Like the ones that I have thrown out in rage did have giant scratches on them. So I was like, you know what? Okay, fine. But these ones look perfect. And I haven't had my machine serviced in a while. So I'm wondering if it's the sensor that's the issue. I'll have to maybe give Mum some of those bobbins to try. They've still got thread in them. So like when you've got a scrap piece of fabric under there, see if it's my sensor or if it is the bobbin that's actually kaput.
quite a few of mine.
Yes. Yes, and it's
Yeah.
very frustrating because especially if you've just wound a fresh bobbin and then it starts skipping every 7 steps, you're just like, It is less than fun. Olivia says, I can't see the difference either. No, I don't think there is a difference. I don't know what its problem is, but no. Right. So I've already made the bias binding for this, which is nice of me. Nice of past me. So up there because the skirt pattern pieces are going to go in here in a second. But I want to sew these together. What do we have here? Is that the centre front? It is. So we can go in there.
So this one's very sheer and does 100% need to be lined. So I've already cut the lining out for it, but look at that. So lining. Okay. Now, was I sensible and mark my centre back? I was. That was nice of me. Past me is doing future me a solid. I like that. Now the right and wrong side of this is very, very subtle. That is the right side, that's the wrong side. So that's the wrong side as well. Yeah. Which means that that's the right side and that is the wrong side. So that gets pinned there. And there. Darcy says no murdered dogs. Yes. She does try the patience. Only with me. Mum and Dad are much more, well, I was going to say Dad's much more patient with her, but he's not really, is he? She does have a habit of getting as underfoot as possible, much like a cat. And then she like whelps at you and she's like, oh, but you just hit me with your stick. And I mean, not hit, but like he whacks her with the stick by accident. And she's like, oh. And he's like, well, you did just walk under my feet. Olivia says, I like my Husqvarna, not computerized. I have the Emerald 116 and the Electronic 320. Besides all of my other machines, the majority of which are vintage. Yeah, I have to say, like, this thing is amazing until something goes wrong, and then there is nothing I can do about it. There is no, like, you know, cleaning it, putting it back together. Like, if a computer board goes, and I've had to have 2 boards replaced on this in its 10 years of life. I mean, when I got it back from the shop, the sensor, the top sensor, thread sensor was broken. And Mum's original 880, the bobbin sensor on that one was broken. And they tried to pass it off as user error, which annoyed me greatly because it was not user error. It was a defective machine.
Oh, that was awful.
Yeah, that was not good because they are, no, they are not cheap. And yeah, trying to blame it on my mum, not the machine. And then the same exact thing happened to the woman, and you hadn't touched it, had you? And it happened to her, and it was like, see, not user error.
And she was giving me a lesson on it.
Yeah.
And it was at the end of the lesson.
Yeah.
For 3 hours.
It had been fine.
And it had been fine with her. So
yeah.
She was like,
yeah.
And then I said, well, let's just do this, which is quite a normal thing to do. And it stopped. It all went wrong.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because they were doing anything stupid. It was just wrong.
Yeah, it was defective. But yeah, they were trying to say it was user error, which I got very annoyed about. So
I don't really use them anymore.
No, we do not. Well, I mean, to be fair, he wasn't very well.
Yeah.
And he recommended we go somewhere else, and we like somewhere else, so we go there now, even though it's further away.
It's on the way to Nia.
It's on the way to Nia, so yeah.
What more could we ask?
Darcy says, groceries delivered. It's a wonderful thing. And so Susie is Mayette, the kitty in, I can't see what it says. The heart's in the way. Somebody else say something so I can read the rest of Darcy's comment. Say something. Anybody say something. Just an emoji. Just bump the chat up. I can't read Darcy's comment because the heart's in the way. Thank you. The kitty in the story. So Susie is Mayette, the kitty in the story. What? What?
She's what?
What? I don't know. Olivia says Stacey JS Studio. Lol. Laurel says I thought about Mayette too. What is Mayette? Am I being daft? Susie just likes to be underfoot, doesn't she? She's becoming a cantankerous old lady. She likes her things and she wants them the way she wants them. Which, you know, fair enough.
She's 110.
You keep saying that. Vets have disproved that. They're just like, no, that's nonsense. They're just, well, that's what the vet said. Multiple vets, not just one vet. She old lady. She old lady. Elena says, I like my simple Singer heavy duty. You can see the bobbin all the time, and if you have an empty row of stitches, it's totally on you. Rockman says, I will link Mayette in the Peeps group. And Laurel says, it's a funny tweet about a woman's cat. Ooh. Got ringing in my ears. Hang on. Okay, he's gone. Olivia says Stacey J is from New. I sent a chat asking if anyone watches her from New Zealand. I watch and asked if anyone watches her and has a great watches her and has a great YouTube channel. Sorry, the Zealand was misplaced in the sentence, and Olivia says I think my phone is having issues. Apparently, it's trying to make words hard because words are already hard. It's trying to make words harder. And I'm not sure I need that. Right. Let's French seam. French seam. Do you know what? This is probably the first time that Hangouts happened where what I said in the title of the Hangout is actually happening in the Hangout. See, this bobbin's behaving itself. Now, just because I've said that,
yeah,
don't start messing up now.
It will.
Oh, it's so nice not having to tell it every 7 stitches that, yes,
Yeah.
there's thread.
Wait,
You can kind of counteract it by counting the stitches and stopping on the presser foot and starting again, and it won't do the thing. But
really?
yeah, but counting to 6 and remembering to stop and start is nearly as annoying as having to hit the cancel button.
What do you mean about the bobbin's empty? Is it really empty? It probably is. Let's just check. Just, yeah, you are.
Oh, let's have a look at it now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, after all that, it's like, do we trust you?
Yeah.
Is the bobbin playing up? Oh gosh, yeah, don't knock anything over. Careful. Look how pretty. It's a picnic blanket. I mean, it's in the point where you probably could play chess on one of those. But all careful.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Chess would be a good idea.
Oh, this is where the little cats are. I don't know if that's going to be able to be seen. So they're kind of like on point there. So that's the ears, and that's the little heart shape. But yeah. Hold it up again.
Yeah. I think the quilting's going to be alright, do you?
Yeah.
It's kind
Yeah,
of
no,
big
that's
stippling, but
nice.
shadowing.
Yeah, that's nice. I really do like those green bits as well. So I think Mum's going to do the binding in that colour to tie that in.
And I'll do pussycats in them as well.
Yeah. Hold up again. Yeah, it's really pretty. And the majority of that's from this and this are from Mum's stash, but the rest of it's from my stash. Oh no, the white, the cream as well.
Oh yeah.
And these are all got white on white prints on them.
Yeah, they're nice. I get them from
The
quilt
Doughties.
shows. Doughties, yeah. They do little packs of them.
Yeah. But it blends in really nicely. Because one of these is meant to be the coordinating all over print, one of those, but I had this in my stash already. And I had that in the stash already, but Mum ordered this because there's going to be some little pot holders that are made with tiles from that as well. Yeah, it's very pretty. Very pretty.
Lots of quilting.
And then yeah, the back is fairy frost from my stash too. Pink.
Very pink.
Very pink. But Susan likes pink.
She does. Strange.
Some people like pink, Mum.
Yes. Not pink.
But yeah, I was gonna make a dress. I had like 5 meters of that grey border. I was gonna make like a tiered and gathered skirt out of the border print, and then like a grey bodice. But grey is not my colour. And I do that one on an ivory background. It's all golds.
Sounds more interesting.
Your quilting bag is made of it.
Oh yes. Yes.
She's making heart eyes. She already owns it.
No, it's not wrong.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, I love that.
So I think if I make a dress, it ought to be out of this. They also do this on a black background, which Mum has the all over tiles as a dress. But yeah, this is going to be a quilt bag or a knitting bag. I bought the kit for Mum and then I bought one for myself, and I've given one to Rachel as well. At some point I will get around to doing that.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it's just
wasn't lying.
I need to get my bag making head on, which I'm doing in November, so we will get there. We will get there.
Clean one. Clean one.
Olivia says, I enjoy the basic machines because they have the stitches you need. Nimue says, don't infect me with your typing troubles, please. I'm having a chapter to finish today. Darcy says, Mayette has been posted onto the Peeps group. Laurel says, ooh, lovely. Darcy says, that is beautiful, about the quilt. Elena says to Nimue, and they also have million stitches. Olivia says, my vintage Kenmore Faff singer and others do just sew straight and zigzag. They do buttonholes and reverse. I don't know what I'm missing with computer machines, but I'll survive. I mean, honestly, you don't need one, but I love mine. I had, like I say, at the time I had the money to buy it and I don't regret it at all.
It was my retirement present to myself.
It was. Mum's was, yeah. Mum's was a good 3.5 grand more expensive than mine.
Yep.
And mine was 5 grand. Yeah. Expensive. You don't need all the bells and whistles. The thing I love about this is the giant throat space in here. Like 12-inch throat space is amazing.
And mine's more.
No, yours is exactly the same.
Is it?
Yeah. No. Ours have exactly the same body. Yours just has updated software. Yours does 3 more things than mine does. Was it worth 3.5 grand? For your 3 more things?
It's very different though, isn't it?
The software is very different.
Elena says, that's so beautiful and precise work. Olivia says, that's beautiful. Your mum is truly an artist. The quilt is just wow. Elena says, pink is awesome. See, lots of pink for other people's. Sarah says, I made a quilt over 15 years ago and got the itch a few months ago to try making another. Lovely to see your mums. Mum, you do realise that you promised to quilt my quilt for me. You said you'd do it. I brought it down for you to do it. It's under the table.
It's a mistake.
When is Patrick going to have his quilt?
Well, he's finished his spare room, apparently. He doesn't want to get it spoiled.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
If I put a label on it, I could put it in for the quilt show next year. Could I?
Yeah.
Do you think it's good enough?
Yeah, of
As a last
course. Most of this is quilted. Oh no, my necklace broke.
Oh no! What necklace is that?
My jade ring. Oh no, I need to fix it. You need to... My quilt. This is the last quilt I made. I've made 3 quilts. This was the second one I ever attempted. I made the pattern up.
It does need finishing.
Yes, it does need finishing.
I don't think you ought to do grids in this.
Well, I've done grids. That's the trouble. I've already done it.
No.
That's what I want help finishing.
What?
This. And Mum said she would. Yeah, the cat slept. I've used it. The cat slept on it many times. I think it's what brings out the mariner's compass. I think it does make it look better. I tried Trapunto for the first time as well. Yeah. But my second quilt, I'm quite pleased with it. I don't think I did too badly. Totally made it up as I went along.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. All nicely mitered, hand finished bias binding.
That's the best way.
Yes. I bought so much fabric that I've probably got enough to make 2 more of these.
Yeah.
And I cut it all into jelly roll strips already. So
well, we're going to make one for Nia and then not Nia,
Rianne
and Ben and Amy, and eventually I'm going from Dan and
G.
Yeah.
No, G.
K.
Oh, KG, yes.
KG.
We need to change those photos as well. It's Dan's birthday next week.
Yeah.
Get a quilt ready for him in time. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this one once it's done.
Use it?
Yeah, probably. I was very proud of my second quilt. My first one was a double wedding ring because, you know, of course, I mean, why would you start with anything easy? And then my third one was a double wedding ring.
I've got the tissue to do with that.
You started a double wedding ring. I think I inspired you and I think you got annoyed with it and stopped.
No, I just never got around to it.
You started it?
No?
Yeah. You showed me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This was ridiculous.
Nice. Very, I
I
like
was
the
wondering whether to put the big puss in the middle of...
No, you would never be seen.
No. Not really. It's too big for them.
Let's see. Where did I get to? Olivia says, I love pink. See, more people like pink. It's all right, Mum's not stealing all the pink, so you can have the pink. What pink for you? Right, Darcy says, beautiful. Olivia says, that's beautiful, Shan. Fox says, I'm now gathering the courage to finish a dress. Need to hand sew the bodice lining. You can do it. It's my first time. I want someone to see the insides of my dress.
No, she done it properly. You taught her well.
Oh, Fox has got her own channel. I love her show.
No.
Olivia says, yikes, 3.5k for an extra 3 features.
There was a good 8 years between the two purchases as well, so inflation and
I think yes, there wasn't that much difference. Not when I bought mine.
yeah, yours was 8.5 grand, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, the cost of yours has gone up significantly as well.
They don't make these anymore.
No,
But
the
yeah.
next level of it.
No, yours
this
is.
is the next.
Oh
level.
yeah,
Yeah. So it had gone up.
yeah, yes. But it does have more features. I couldn't tell you what those extra three features are, and I don't think either of us use them, but I genuinely love this thing. The only reason I bought this is because Mum said, oh, you're going to buy a sewing machine, get Benina. And I had the money, so I was like, what's the best one? And they went, this one. And I said, yeah.
Mhm.
That was literally my thought process behind it. I didn't try it or anything. More money than sense. But, you know, Mum said, so there you go.
I was
Darcy.
right.
Yes, no, I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely love it. She's my
Okay.
baby. Yes. But you did have a dealer that was a Benina dealer that was just like, no, this is what you're having. So Darcy says, I have mending sitting on the bed next to me. You can breathe. Box says, ooh, no. Olivia says, nice throat space though. My next machine will be an industrial walking foot machine sometime next year. I would love one of those. If I had the space, I would have a walking foot for leather with the cylindrical throat. I would make so many more bags. I think that's my issue with bag making is I have to fight the last stage.
Is there a special foot?
Yeah, no. So it's a long, it's a long cylindrical arm like this, but there's no, the underneath of it is very round. There's nothing around the long cylindrical arm, and then the top foot, the entire foot is just a walking foot. Like it's not, you don't change the foot on it.
Oh, right.
It just.
What is it? An industrial one?
Yeah. It's an industrial walking foot for bag making because it has the cylindrical arm, so you can like put the bag on and you don't have to fight the bag.
Right.
So there's space for the bag and all of its, you know, leather stuffing. One. Yeah, and I'd have an industrial buttonholer. 100%. Those things look amazing. Box says, ooh, love this quilt. Elena says it's wonderful. Nimue says your quilt is beautiful. Joker Clee says, now that's seriously impressive. Thank you. Olivia says, that's beautiful quilt, Shan. I would love to learn how to do the little pieces that are required for quilting. Just don't think I have the patience. For me, after Mum has started doing it, I found this lady online, Kay something. And I bought Mum the set as well, but we now live together, so we have two sets. You do sometimes use these, don't you? The Star Maker.
Oh, I do, yeah. No, I've used them quite a few times, haven't I? Use them to do the Dresden.
No, these aren't Dresden. No, you can do a Dresden.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
But you've got a specific Dresden template as well.
As well, yes.
Yeah.
But I used that for Patrick's quilt.
So I saw Kay Wood and also Gamel quilting, free arm quilt, long motion, just yeah, amazing. So they have the Star Maker 5, 6, and 8, these templates, and then the book, and then there's videos to go along with it. And so I used the 8 to do my Lone Star. But all the things that you can do with these. So one day, what I would like to do with all my strawberry, because that blue and red quilt is all strawberry print, what I want to do with that one day is go through and make each of the blocks and then put it all together. I think that would look amazing. And I have enough fabric to do it, I think. And then sort of sash all the blocks together so that every single block would be a different type, but it would be cohesive because they're all the same prints. And I think it would look really cool. And it's all about just piecing long strips of fabrics together in different widths and then cutting it with those templates. So yeah. Olivia says, oh, I've read that one, sorry. Elena says, my reaction to your necklace was, give it to me, I'll fix it for you in 1 minute, then realizing you're in a different country, my brain's adjusting.
Oh.
Thank you, Elena. Darcy says, me too.
It's a lovely thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one.
No, but thank you. That's very kind of you. I mean, technically, I do have I have an entire box up there of jewelry making stuff and supplies and pliers and tweezers. Yeah. What do you mean? What am I like? I'm 44 years old and have collected habits and hobbies my entire life. That's what I'm like. You dragged me up this way. You're the one to blame. Again, taking no responsibility myself. Right, let's do the other French soon. My drugs have not kicked in. I took them 50 minutes ago. That sucks. The chocolate's not helping anymore either. That also sucks. Let's not try to get dark chocolate stains on this fabric though, because that would also suck. And we can only have so many things sucking. Nemo says to Olivia, a lot of the time you don't start that small. There are ways to stitch larger pieces, then cut them down. I learned a lot from MSQC and Jordan Fabrics on YouTube. Olivia says, I will check them out, Nemo. Thank you. Olivia says, I currently have a 12 by 24 shop in the back of my house, but my daughter owns a 2-bedroom house 1 door down. My stepdaughter and her family just moved out, so my daughter told me I can use it as a sewing studio. Nice. And Olivia says, having hobbies keeps you out of trouble or just creates new trouble. New ones. I was going to say. Yeah. I really enjoyed paper crafting the other day.
It was nice.
I was saying to Mum, if we had enough space, if we had like double the amount of space that we have here, then we'd have like the paper crafting set up permanently.
Yeah,
and
we
then
bought that house in Shanklin.
I don't think the 2 garages were that big.
No, the big house.
In Shalfleet?
Yeah, that house that we went and looked at.
Oh, somebody else had put an offer in already. Yeah, and they wouldn't let us have it. They get let us look at it, but they wouldn't let us have it.
That had a huge room down
Yeah.
stairs where their mother had lived.
Yeah. Although I don't think it was much bigger than this one.
Oh, it was.
No, it was 5 meters square. Yeah, this is just under 5 meters square. No. And don't forget, Dad, there wasn't any utility room, so Dad wanted to put the utility room in there as well. So, yeah. I didn't win the lottery this weekend either. Damn it. Oh, that would be good. You're much luckier on the lottery than I am. Do you want to check? I was going to say, if tickets not here, then no. Can you imagine checking online and working out we're millionaires online? It'd be like, how's this all round?
Yeah. Houses for everybody.
Well, a house is for me anyway. With a room big enough for a paper crafting room. I do, next year, I'm going to do Project Life, and I want to do that on Sundays. But I do need a printer that will print photos, which I'm going to get in December, I hope.
Project Life?
You know, scrapbooking. I showed you.
Oh, yeah.
I've got everything for it except photos.
We've got loads of photos. All need a home.
I keep making you books and you won't put photos in them. Oh. This is Project Life. Oh, that's really good. That's when you went very well, so James came down to visit. Shiana was not impressed. That's me making my very third quilt, the double wedding ring.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Shiana put me in hospital. Coming home from hospital. They've seen this before.
Oh, right.
But yeah, so I was doing it on a Sunday, but I got this far and then stopped.
Yeah.
Your first test of Blumenthal Easter egg.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just silly little bits of life.
Yeah.
But made pretty. And I was going to do it every Sunday with the Peeps this year,
Mm.
but we don't have a printer that prints photos. So that got scuppered. You guys remember the Project Life.
So, and Andy, very kindly from Andy Sew, sent me all her Project Life stuff as well, because she was like, I'm never going to use it. So she sent it to me. So that was the day Alan Rickman died. And started the quilt. And Shiana putting me in hospital. And yeah, so still making commissions for other people. So I've got all this stuff. I would really like to do it again, but we do need a printer that will print photos. And I found one that's 50 quid, and then you pay £5 per month for 100 pages of printing per month. And they top the ink up for you as and when you need it from that £5 per month. And Dad said I can have it and I can put it in the office. So next year, so I did start this year, and I'm hoping I can just peel off the 3 and put a 4 in the 3's place. No, I dropped one. So yeah, I did start this year, but failed massively at it. But yeah, I would like to do that on Sundays next year, because I really do enjoy paper crafting. And my theory was that I have everything I need for that in boxes. And so if I did a little planning ahead of time and printed off the photos ahead of each Sunday's hangout, then just sit with you guys for a couple of hours on a Sunday and put together that week's layout. That's my plan. So yes, I need to get the printer and the photo paper, and then that's what I would like to do. Because like I say, it was what I was supposed to be doing this year, and I have all of the stuff. All of the pretty bits and pieces, so I really do just need something that will print photos. And I do have something that will print 2x3 photos.
I was going to say, that little one.
My little one, but it only prints 2x3, and I tried doing it for a couple of ones, and it wouldn't allow me to shrink them down to fit on. It was cutting bits off, and it wasn't as flexible as I had thought it was going to be. So I want something that will print 4x4.
Paid for some whatever it is to have to use it, would you do the pictures of our PCC?
The what?
Take pictures of our committee, parish council.
What do you want me to do?
You've got to do a board with all of us on it. It's about 10 years old.
Okay.
It needs new pictures.
Okay.
Would you do that? Do pictures and print them in your little...
Oh, I mean, sure, but that's probably a really expensive way of doing it. Those little sheets of sticker photo paper, so they're quite expensive. I can tell you how much each sheet would be. You'd probably be better waiting until we get that printer and then you can do it on an A4 and trim it down. But yeah, I can work out some way of doing it. Sure, that's not a problem.
Oh, how much is it for? How much does it cost? Somebody needs somebody to go in and look after their cat for 4 days, 3 times a day.
Where?
How much is the going rate here? Near one of my people.
I have no idea.
Would you do it with me?
Yeah.
We share it between us.
Yeah, if putting them in a cattery is about £18 a day.
Yeah.
So 15 quid a day.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just kind of operation. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Where did I get to with the chat? Elena says, Sean, I blame you for me falling from bed laughing. Your answer to your mum about jewellery supplies. Yeah, my collecting hobbies over the years. Olivia says, I used to make cards using rubber stamps, and I think when I move from my sewing room, I'm going to set up an area for my stamps. Yeah, I have card making supplies. When we had everything out the other day, Mum was like, oh, we could make Christmas cards. I was like, sure. When are we going to do that? She was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. We have no time.
Too many commitments.
I mean, I only have my job and editing and sewing, but yeah, you have all your other commitments plus all the presents that you're trying to make for everybody. Nimue says, all the days have been stitched together now to press all the seams before stitching them into one column. Nice. Darcy says to Olivia, you definitely should set up your stamps. Yes. Olivia says to Darcy, now I'm itching to have a look through all of the boxes of my guest room closet. Don't even remember what I have. Yeah. Elena says, Christmas card stream would be fun. I did make a bunch of Christmas cards one year. We made them in the shapes of ornaments that could be hung on trees. Dad and I had a production line going on. Do you remember in London?
Yeah, they were lovely.
Yeah. I've got an entire drawer full of Christmas stamps and dies. No, well, no, we haven't got time and the space, because the trouble is, if this is set up in paper crafting mode, my sewing machine has to go away. Mum can still sew, but I can't. And it's not the kind of stuff that you just pack away quickly in one night to then get out again the next day. So if you want to have a think about maybe doing it in January next year so that we're prepared for the following Christmas, that I would be up for. That I would totally be up for. But for November and December, my busiest times of year, I need to be sewing. And as much as I think that I would get away with paper crafting live streams on a Sunday, I don't think I could get away with people of the paper crafting on the main channel all of the time. I think that might be a step too far. This fabric is so pretty. Right. I need back painting. Darcy says, you start next year's Christmas card on Boxing Day. Yeah. I would be up for doing that in January if you wanted to. We could, because like I'm happy to kind of experiment in January and not worry about the channel too much. I will still put out my regular content, but it would be like more experimental content. As in, you'd get the same number of videos, but they might be kind of wildly different topics that get done. But yeah, that we could do. And that the Christmas ornament idea was nice, wasn't it?
Mm. I'd like to see the crackers as well.
Yeah, I made crackers a couple of times, but they were incredibly expensive. They were rather fabulous, but they were incredibly expensive. I mean, I did go a little over the top. So I bought crackers, took them apart, because yes, you can buy cracker kits, but it was cheaper to actually buy them. Took them apart. So I wrote my own jokes, which were filthy. And then every cracker had a number in it, and a number corresponded to a parcel, and in the parcel was a hat. And it was completely unfixed, but Dad ended up with the pink Santa hat that said Santa's Babe on it. Everyone, you know, like there was elf ears and red diggly boppers and all those kinds of things. Then each one had a lotto ticket in it. And somebody did win like 20 quid, I think. And then they were then stuffed with chocolates. So they were full. And they had a candy cane wrapped onto the external present as well that had the hats in them. And then we went out to a panto that day in Llandudno.
That's right.
All of us in our hats, except Mum hadn't told me that my cousin was there, so I'd made 12 crackers and there were 13 of us. But Kerry was very happy that he didn't have a stupid hat to wear. But yeah, they were good crackers. but they were expensive. Because like each hat was at least sort of £5, if not £6 or £7. But they were fun. And everyone enjoyed them. And then we kept the hats and we've recycled that. Like the hats have disappeared over the years, but every now and again there's a dealy bopper that comes out or something. Isn't it? So again? Well, no, not all of them. They have like people have taken them home, and yeah, you know, they were theirs to do with as they wished. There's still 69 of you here hanging out with us, nearly 4 3/4 of an hour later. Thank you. There's still 69 of them hanging out.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. Last couple of streams have been like an hour and a half, 2 hours tops.
Yeah.
I'm clearly having a good day today.
You are.
Because I'm sewing and talking. And the pain is not too bad. So that's good. We like that. Okay, so that's a one side done. Let's do the other side, then we can trim, then we can press, and then we can sew, and that'll be another skirt done. Because this one doesn't have pockets in it. Because this fabric is basically see-through. So no for pockets and see-through pockets. She's getting really excited with her stitch regulator over there. So you're getting overly excited with your stitch regulator.
Yeah.
Brr.
Like a nervous heart.
It is. Let's see. Elena says, why not just occupy the kitchen like the time before the plague? Can I make a mess in your kitchen that doesn't get cleaned up nightly? Can I make a crafting mess in your kitchen that doesn't get immediately cleaned up once it's finished? Yeah, exactly. I got away with it before because there was nowhere else to do it. Now that there's a room, no. Mum would murder me. Olivia says, no, you definitely can't put it away and take it out every day. Way too much stuff, and then remembering what you were doing. Yikes. Yeah, no, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It's a nice idea, but it would not work. Elena says, so all the pants in January and February. I'm not sure that I am going to try sewing trousers again. No, I am. I do. There's two I want to try and perfect, and I will work on those. I promise. I promise. Just not this year. Got a counted cross stitch this last week. Ooh, nice. I do not need to get into cross stitch. I don't have the time. Broken Sew says, late arrival, never made a live before, always watch the replays. I liked the live and am quietly sewing and listening. Thanks for posting these. Hope everyone is as well as can be. Thank you for joining us. And I thoroughly enjoyed them throughout lockdown. So, you know, like I've continued to inflict myself upon you every Sunday since. And I love it. So, yeah. Olivia says, I'm still sewing the TP, so it's nice having you for company. Awesome. And Linda says, what a lovely long live. Of course, I'm getting nothing done. Would you be comfortable saying how long you have lived with mum and dad now, and why did you move to the island? Yeah, sure. So I moved to the island 9 years ago. It will be 10 years in February. And I moved initially because I had started my own business in London, and London rent was expensive. And new business was not paying any money, and mum and dad's house was empty, and they said I could have it. And then they very inconsiderately moved back from Saudi Arabia. But in the interim, they had built me a house in the back garden, which was very nice of them. And I very much miss my shan shed. I do miss my shan shed.
Sure.
But yes, we needed to downsize. No, it's not even downsizing. It was flat. The back garden in the previous house was like this. And Dad had done everything he could to the front garden. He'd had the back garden hardscaped, but he just couldn't get up and down. There was 87 steps from the front of the house to the back of the house, and it was like that, and it just wasn't viable. And given that that's what Dad wanted to do, I mean, the sewing setup then as well was in the front bedroom of their main house, and then I was cutting out in the kitchen. And so, you know, it wasn't ideal, and I was making a mess a lot of the time. The idea was that I was eventually supposed to move out, and then the Shan shed would turn into the sewing shed, but they let me design it, and it was too nice. And funnily enough, I actually really like my parents, because every time I tell people I live with my mum and dad, they're like, "What, really?" And it's like, yeah. And they've been away for so long. And I moved out when I was 17 years old.
Yeah, very young.
I moved out at 17, and so lived from 17 years, because I moved here when I was 34. So yeah, I had 17 years of living by myself, and I lived in London, and so there was absolutely zero chance of me being able to afford to buy somewhere by myself in London that would have let me do what I wanted to do. And then, like I say, because I started my own business, moving from being a croupier to that, the change in income was massive. I am so much happier though. But I do really get along with mum and dad. I mean, we have our moments, don't we, where we all want to murder each other, but then, you know, like, I think pretty much everybody that lives with somebody has their moments. So yeah, like, eventually I would like to have my own place, but I think that's kind of gone from a when to an if now, because of the way that things are going. But it is what it is, and I like it. I like it here. So yeah. But it'll be 10 years that I've lived on the island in February, and 9 years that I've lived with mum and dad in around about February as well. So yeah. Elena says, "Mum, don't murder Shan. We love both of you." Well, this is the thing. This is I know the things that I can and cannot get away with. So making a mess in mum's living room or kitchen where she can see it every day would drive her up the wall. So no. OCD.
OCD.
Yeah, she would not enjoy it. Oh yeah. Olivia says, "Okay, have to take out the seam ripper." Oh no. I think your parents are great. Who wouldn't want to live with them? I know, even like my best friend Tattie's jealous of me. She wishes she could live down here. She's like, "I love your parents."
We're horrible, really.
They're not. Well, everybody that meets you loves you guys. But yeah, Tattie's very jealous. She's like, "You're living my ideal life."
Yeah.
Tattie's boyfriend would not enjoy her living on the Isle of Wight though.
No.
The commute between London and Ipswich. I mean, they've been together 14 years now. He's bought his place in London.
Has he?
Yes. And he's moved out.
Is she not?
No, she's bought her place in Ipswich, and they're very happy with their arrangement. It works for them.
Well,
she goes there one weekend. He comes to see her the other weekend. But yeah, if she lived down here, she wouldn't see him quite so often, because he liked it down here very much, and he came to revisit as well. He very much liked it down here, but he wants the city and all of that, and she wants the farmyards and the countryside. And so she lives in the town centre of Ipswich, but she's fairly close to be able to walk into the countryside there. And they swap out, and it's an hour and 20 minutes on the train, whereas it's a lot longer, and the ferries are more expensive between the Isle of Wight and London. So yeah, the Isle of Wight would not work for Chris. But no, she owns her own house, and she likes her house very much. And
She's happy.
yeah, her and her cats. Nurgle, the latest one that's adopted her. I'm not sure why it's called Nurgle.
It's a plastic one.
Huh?
I think it's a plastic on the beach.
Nurgle?
Nurgles.
I have no idea. She's got a little black void that's adopted her. Tattie's cats always adopt her. Florian just moved in as well. Mrs. Fox moved in and then was pregnant and gave birth to cats. So one of them was Ebelis. Ebelis Fitzroy, Wilfred Fitzroy, thank you, sorry I get his names wrong, and Tatty kept him, but unfortunately he was the kitten that Mrs. Fox hated the most. So Mrs. Fox was just like, well, if you're keeping that one, I'm going to relocate myself. So she did.
Do you know what? Did she find out where she went?
Oh yeah. Well, the trouble was, Eb lived till he was about 8 years old and then disappeared. And she does live on the tiny little quiet street, but it is backed onto by a very busy main road. And so Eb one day never came home. And Mrs. Fox a couple of months later was like, right, the demon child that I hate has left. So she reacquainted herself.
Oh really?
Yeah.
She's back.
Oh, not permanently.
Oh, just
Mrs. Fox has a number of homes.
oh, right.
Mrs. Hippolyta Fox, Hippolyta, depending on how you say it, but the Greek, the head of the Amazonian army, Hippolyta. Yeah, so she kind of, and then Florian's moved in. He's a big floof, but apparently he's just as fat as the floof implies. So he's kind of moved in. And then Naggle's turned up, and Naggle is a black void who was a bit daft.
Does anybody else think Nurdles are bits of plastic that turn up on the beach?
Anyone else got any idea where Nurgles come from? Claire says, a lovely long live. Thanks, Sean. Lovely to see Jane too. Fab quilt. Have cut out the daddy jacket while listening. Well, thank you for joining us, Claire. It was nice to see you. Livia said, I have a niece that lives with her parents. She's not married, doesn't want kids. She dates, works, and enjoys spending time with her parents. Yeah. Nimoy says, love living with my parents as well. Moved out twice for 45 years each and always came back. It's proven a mutually beneficial arrangement over the last few years, especially, but also money. Yeah. I mean, 100% money for me at the moment as well. Like, I could have moved out last year. I'm really glad that I didn't. I would have really struggled this year if I had. To the point of really, like, probably having to have moved back home anyway. So yeah, but I mean, I think it's a very different thing if you don't get on with your parents, but I really like mine, so, and they seem to like me. This is another reason I don't want children, because they never leave. It's not just till they're 18 and you can get rid of them. I'm 44 and she can't get rid of me. Linda says, that's life. Mum and I had our moments, but gosh, I miss her so much. No reason you shouldn't like it. If you're happy that that's all that matters. Is there room in this garden for a she hut again? No, this is the garden hut. No, and there isn't also the money for it either. I mean, when you guys were moving back, we did look at buying a separate flat, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
And again, because of things that happened, very glad that we didn't do that.
Yeah.
Well, the financial strain, because you had loads of jobs that you were going to be doing, but then your health didn't allow for that, so it wouldn't have worked.
And we had to make it fair for both of you.
Yeah. Oh, it would have been. It wouldn't if you'd have done it. It would have been in mine and James's name.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have just been mine.
No.
Yeah, it would have totally.
That's why we thought we'd build on
Yeah.
So that it made the value of the house a bit more.
Yeah, at one point we were looking at a shop premises with a flat above it. The flat was gorgeous, the shop was gorgeous, but because it was a business, the type of mortgage that it needed was really difficult for us to get between the three of us because of Mum and Dad's age and then my lack of financial stability. Yeah, it wasn't. It would have been amazing, but not practical. But I would have been a fabric shop then. It would have been a fabric shop if that had happened.
Would have been a
fabric shop.
Yeah, probably would actually. Because the other one's shut.
Yeah. And there was a room downstairs. There was a basement with plenty of room to teach a class, probably for about 5 people. So, and then the flat upstairs with 3 bedrooms. So I could have rented rooms out. So it really would have been awesome. But the type of mortgage that you need on that kind of a premises was just not feasible. I think you needed something like a 40% deposit. And for the price that it was just not going to work. But yeah, we did look at lots of different options. But honestly, the only thing I feel bad about is that mum and dad don't have a guest room for people to come visit. So having people visit you is a bit more difficult. Because we used to have a guest room, didn't we? And we don't have that anymore because I'm in it. Well, technically, mum's wardrobe's in the guest room. But I was dead against this house when we came to visit it for the first time because they hadn't got this building on the plans. So I was like, there's no room for the sewing room. Where's it going to go? Because they were being very kind and letting me have an input into where we moved. But when we walked in, mum fell in love with it and then saw this. And the sewing room tour will be coming out in December. Yeah, this room is amazing.
It's funny, the house was, it kind of invited you, didn't it? I think you liked it as well.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I mean, we even got here half an hour early for the appointment, and I was like, "Oh damn it, we've been." I was like, "I don't want to wait in the car for this long. Let's just go. It's not big enough." Mum's like, "No, I want to wait." So we waited, and you looked around, and you kind of looked at me when you were finished, and you were like, "I love it." I was like, "Yeah, you're allowed."
I said we could make this work.
Dad didn't see this place before we moved in.
No, bless him.
We bought it.
We went home.
James and Nia came to see this place.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They?
But Dad didn't look around it before we moved in. We just came back and we were like, "This is the one." James and Nia were hilarious because they came back and they were like, "Oh, there's sea views and underfloor heating," and Mum and I were like, "What? Where?" And it was like, "Oh, there is a sea glimpse and there is underfloor heating. There's all these things that we hadn't even clocked."
I know. It's so
and the house was grey as well. Mum hates grey.
I hate grey. I still hate grey.
Yeah, the house is now yellow. Kind of a bluey grey on the outside, isn't it?
Oh no, I don't mind the outside. The outside's lovely. No, it's the grey kitchen.
Yeah.
We're gradually.
Yeah. If I win the lottery, they're going to have a brand new kitchen. You have an Arga back, wouldn't you?
Oh, I do miss
I miss the Arga. The dog misses the Arga. We all miss the Arga. Maybe Dad doesn't miss the Arga quite so much. Because Mum and I are constantly like, "Oh, it's September. Can we have the Arga on?" No. Elena says, "I can't survive longer than a weekend under the same roof with my mum." Darcy says, "Murgle, like when cats make biscuits on their blankets." No, Nurgle, but Mum's thinking Nurgle's Nurdle.
Nurdles.
Oh, I've no idea what a Nurdle is, but no, Nurgle is the name of the cat. She's looking it up now. Never heard
What
that.
happens to plastic and they go and pick it up on the beach?
Jojo says, "You are not horrible. You're all smashing. I couldn't live with my parents. Mum and I would throttle each other inside of a week." See, like everyone, you right.
Look, there you are.
She's right. Nurdles. Nurdles. Microplastics. Okay, yes, but no. Chiana. Tatty's cat is called Nurgle. Nurgle.
Yeah, they make them into plastic into nurdles, which is then the product that they make into new things from the plastic.
Well, where did that knowledge come from? I've never heard that before. What random stuff you store in your brain? Olivia says, "I offered to buy the house next door for my mum. She lived in California. I'm in Iowa." And she said, "It's too cold in Iowa. I tried to explain that we have heaters. She didn't want to leave California." She's been gone 6 years now.
Yeah, I think if you've got a place in California, it'd be very difficult to go somewhere cold.
Yeah, I would like to live somewhere hot year round. Although I do like coats.
Yeah.
You did have 2 weeks of the year every year in Saudi where you could wear your coats, didn't you, Mum?
Yeah,
How many coats did you have in Saudi?
only one.
Really?
My black one.
What about your Karen Millen one?
What?
Your Karen Millen one. The cream one that you're wearing now.
Oh, I did buy it towards the end.
She had 2 coats for the
Yeah.
2 weeks of the year that she could wear them in Saudi.
I bought that
And it was
to come home.
that's because it was 10 degrees.
Yeah,
So
it was cold.
it was cold.
Ooh.
Everyone's wandering around like it would be minus 20. But
Yeah.
no.
Well, Dad came to Bahrain to come and see me, and he couldn't get his passport over to Saudi for a bit.
His visa,
So he
yeah.
was there for a week, and he got frozen.
Did he not bought a coat?
Well, no, because he thought 10 degrees was warm.
10 degrees is not warm. I mean, it's not
He
freezing,
didn't think it through.
but for the Middle
It's
East,
winter. It's still winter, even if it's in a hot climate.
yeah, somewhere in the tropics. So it's like the equator. So we've got hot year round.
Tropics, there's all that humidity, which I hate.
Yeah.
We lived in Al-Kabar for 3.5 years, and half the year it was humid. there,
It's like
which was horrible.
living in a bath.
And you walk out and you just sort of steam up.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't like that.
Not
I liked Riyadh. It was dry heat. I mean, I didn't like Riyadh for a number of reasons, but the weather was not one of them. I personally very much enjoyed 45-degree heat with marble floors and air conditioning everywhere and a swimming pool to fall into. I appreciate 45 degrees heat without those things is a very different undertaking.
Yeah.
But my experience of 45-degree heat was very pleasant. Still asked Dad to turn the heat up on the swimming pool. He was horrified.
Everything's so cheap there.
Yeah.
Electricity.
And you weren't paying tax on anything either.
I'm going to be doing that now.
Oh, they're taxing people.
Yeah. Apparently, it's all going.
Interesting.
Mm.
It's one of the main benefits of working there, surely.
Yes, well, right.
Right. Let's catch up with the chat. Oh, turn on the iron. Need to do the thing. Oh. Need to do the thing. Thing. Laurel says, I think the nerdle with a D is the term for little bits. Plastic bits. Both of you, good knowledge. So, Laurel.
Well done.
Olivia says, my health issues prevent me from doing a lot of things that I want to. I survived stage 4B colon cancer with hemoglobin of 4. Now I have daily struggles with the aftermath of chemotherapy. It sounds very similar to you, doesn't it?
We understand, yes.
Very similar to Mum. That was what prevented her from doing all the work that she wanted to do when she came back, when you
I
retired.
was going to be doing teaching.
She was, yes.
Lovely, I'm
Yes.
looking forward to it.
But no, it did not work. It did not work. Joker Clee says, so the guest room is now a walk-in closet. Lol. Yes. It is. It was it's a weird room. It's in the center of the house and it only has a skylight. It's 3 meters by 2.5 meters.
Tiny. I don't think you want to sleep in it.
Well, they had a child that slept in it,
Yeah.
and it would be a guest room, nothing else. But I turned it into a walk-in closet for them. I designed it.
Built, wasn't it?
One of them, yes. Yes, took a while for all of the IKEA stuff to turn up, and then we had to build it in situ upright because the ceiling height was not high enough to tip it upright. And then the neighbour came over because I'd measured wall to wall, not skirting to skirting. So he took all the skirting and the coving out for us with his like multi-tool, didn't he? Bless him. And then it got to a point, like Mum and Dad were helping me build all of these things. They were the support whilst I was up and down the ladders and screwing things in. Yeah.
You were very good.
We were a good team. But it got to a point where there was one cupboard left to build, and I'd built all the cupboards up in my bedroom as well with Mum's help. But then we'd employed someone to come and screw them together and screw them to the wall. And there was one cupboard left to build in the downstairs walk-in closet. And I was just like, you know what? I'm not doing it. I'm not. And we've got 2 boys in. Let's just give it to them. So we just left them to it, and they built that last one. And thank goodness. But yeah, I'm really proud of that room.
It's very good. It works.
Yes. Lots of storage. It's the linen cupboard, the coat closet.
Everything.
One wall is Mum's clothes. Then you've got your wool storage. But yeah,
It holds everything.
we did well with that. I was well pleased with that. That's so. Olivia says, "What is an auger?" She's written auger. It's AGA. It's a type of cooker that's traditional in English farmhouses, and it's on all the time. And oh my gosh, if you remember our very old vlogs, that long blue cooker that we had in the kitchen, it's amazing. And so it's on all the time in all of the ovens. There's 4 different ovens on the one we had, and then 2 stovetops, and then a warming plate. And they're all different temperatures. They're all constantly that temperature. So if you need to take something, if say you're cooking something at 220 and then you need to turn the oven down to 180 to then cook it for longer, you don't turn the oven down. You take it out of the 220 oven and put it in the 180 oven. It's a very different way of cooking and baking. It makes the best toast you've ever had in your life. Arga toast, honestly, nothing better. If I ever win the lottery, I'm having one in my kitchen. I'm going to have it green, and they're going to copper plate everything, because usually it's silver, but they will copper plate everything if you wanted to. So that's what I'm having, because I'm spending my imaginary millions ahead of time. The one that I want's 28 grand. The one you had was 12, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's a very expensive cooker. And then they also bought the gas and an electric oven for the summer months. So
Which was an Arga
too. So yeah, when my
in a sale, and I said, look.
my friend came over to stay when you guys were still in Saudi. He was one of the first people to come visit, and he's a chef. And he walked in and he's like, some professional kitchens don't have this.
Yeah, you were very
Yeah. It added to the value of the house, and there wasn't any room for it here. Without redoing the entire kitchen, the entire kitchen here would have had to have been ripped out to put it back in, and we didn't have the money to do that. Otherwise, and then moving an Arga as well, it's not a cheap or easy undertaking. So yeah, but AGA, Olivia, have a look on those. Dita Fontees has one in her house. Hers is green with copper plating, which is what gave me the idea to copper plate the silver bits on it, because it's just like, that looks pretty. So yeah. Jen and Pin says, I'm back from shopping. Have I missed anything? No, nothing. Eliza says, oh my gosh, I left to prepare a meal and do some chores, and you're still here. Is this your 24-hour stream and I missed the announcement? No, apparently I'm just waffling a lot today. I really want to get these skirts done. Darcy says, all the houses in my neighbourhood were beige after the second hurricane and hailstorms required repairs and repainting. All that our house is blue like the sky over a lake at dusk. Ooh, nice. Joker Clue says, Nurgle or Nermal? Lol, even. Nurgle, the first one. Nimue says, I keep thinking of Nargles from Harry Potter. No. Linda says, just smiling. I'm feeling very smug that I haven't put the heating on yet, but it's me that doesn't want to put it on. Generally, it's the males that don't want it on. Yes. Caveat, I have got the log burner going. We haven't had the fire yet, have we?
No, we haven't lit that yet. That might happen in the next week. Yeah. Apparently it's going to get cold.
If it does happen, I might migrate downstairs with Gianna, see if the dog and the cat survive in the same room without...
They probably would know.
Yeah, they probably would, because Susie's so slow moving that I doubt that anything bad would happen. And as long as Dad kept all the doors shut, it would be fine. But he doesn't. Darcy says 10 degrees is cold. Yes, especially when you're used to 45. Joker Cleese says, and that's why I live in Canada. Lol. 6 months of winter, roughly 3 months without bugs, and 3 months of sweat yourself into dehydration heat. Lol. Elena says, I did sew a snuggle shirt from my teddy fleece with no pattern, just so I can enjoy myself a winter with a good book and hot cocoa. And at Joker Please, you will manage Finland well. We have the same year cycle. Darcy says, Joker Please, currently Florida is subtropical, but 9 months is of unbearable heat, 3 months of bearable heat. Rescue me to Canada. I prefer the cold. Yeah, you're definitely living in the wrong place, Darcy. Olivia says, I remember the stove in your old kitchen. Was that an Aga? I don't know how to spell it, sorry. Yes, that is an Aga. AGA, no R. Are they electric or gas? Ours was gas. Calagas.
Even more expensive.
Yeah, but you can get ones that you have to feed that have like they're very old ones now, but you do get ones where you have to constantly keep the fire stoked in them. So yeah, there's loads of different types. But we had the electric and immediate gas on the top, and then we had the Calagas fed one on the right. Laurel says, ooh, green with copper trim sounds fabulous. Yeah, there's a Dita Von Teese. I think it's on Architectural Digest, where she shows you around her very amazing house. Showroom is good. Kitchen is awesome. Jenna Pin says, I don't think I've closed a door since I got a cat. Yeah, Chiana's very good with the closed door, to be honest. She does have her moments in the evenings where she's like, and now I wish to be free. And so I open the door and then she sits on top of the stairs.
She's quite happy with that.
Yeah.
Very good.
She is very good. But the reason Mum and I are regretting the Aga not being here is it's constantly giving off heat. It's just a warm thing.
It's a beating heart in the middle of the house.
There's loads of some of the ovens are so cool that there's loads of photos of when the doors are taken off for cleaning and things like that. There's pictures of cats curled up inside them because they're that kind of temperature where a cat's just like, ooh, heated bed for me.
I was brought up with one that was solid fuel.
Yeah, so constantly needing to be fed.
Yeah, poor Dad had to do that. It was very good. He did this. He did it well. Kept us all warm. That actually did the water heating as well, which was good. I don't know why we stopped that because it was sensible.
Well, I wonder if it just took too much fuel. There's only a certain, there's a certain level of energy needs a certain level to do things.
What's the time?
I don't know. About 4:30. Alexa, what's the time?
The time is 4:32 p.m.
Well done. Oh, Exactly.
Apparently the internal clock is working.
Yeah. It's amazing.
I genuinely don't mind getting up so early at this time of year either because the clocks have gone back. British summertime sucks. Right, let's get French seams sewn. Darcy says, Junipins, you don't need to close doors. How would your cat protect your bathroom from the shower ninjas? Yeah. Linda says, do you let Chi in the house if mum and dad are out? Does she have a walk around the garden on a lead? Mittens is with us full time now, and the owners gave up on her coming coming back to get her. Chi does have full run of the side of the house from the kitchen door, so the front entranceway, technically mum and dad's bedroom, although I tend to shut the door because mum leaves the window open and she will go out, as we found out. And then the stairs and the obviously my bedroom. She does sometimes want to get into the kitchen, but then she sees the dog on the other side and she's like, oh, I'm not sure I like that. She does come out in the garden on the lead every now and again, but again she asks for things. She knows where her lead is. She knows where certain things are, and she's very good at being like, I want that. And she doesn't very often ask to go out, to be honest. Although, as I say, mum had her bedroom window open and the bedroom door open whilst she was out and about, and she let herself out. And then when I went outside to try and like call her back because it was dark, I caught her cat jumping up onto the things underneath the window and letting herself back in because she was like, no, I've been caught, I'm sorry, and she went straight back in. I think she had such a bad time at the last place towards the end with this Siamese cat that like it turned up, that she didn't end up very much enjoying outside. Because she got quite a bad serious wound on her back from that cat, and was being chased into the house multiple times by it, to the point she was so scared that she was peeing herself as she went, which was fun to clean up. So yeah, she started not liking the outside that much.
That Burmese is now fucking Susan.
Yeah, he's now trying to just come and say hi to Susan by itself, because it used to try and beat up Susan's cat, and Susan's cat unfortunately passed away recently. Bo was 18 though, wasn't he?
Oh, he was.
He
was.
I mean,
she knew that his time is, but it doesn't make any difference.
No, it doesn't make it easier. No. But now the Burmese that was trying to beat up her cat is now trying to come and make friends with Susan. It's like, you were mean to my cat. Shan't. Conchetta says, this has been wonderful. I folded laundry while my house was sleeping. Now I'm using my Cricut to finish some gifts. Thank you for spending your day with us. Well, thank you for joining us. Rotten Ralph says, Darcy says, is anyone else hearing the whistle from the sewing machine? Yeah, it's mum every now and again. She's going too fast, and the poor little stitch regulator is like. Nimue says, all this talk of cold temperatures reminds me that I wanted to dig my winter jacket out. Or jackets out, yes. Linda says, just found Andrea from Beyond the Pink Door, and she's as lovely as both of you, inspiring me to she is so lovely. Both of you are inspiring me to dressmake again. Yes, Andrea from Beyond the Pink Door is awesome. Good. Her she does a live on Sunday evenings at 7 o'clock.
Right.
And it's usually her latest fabrics that she's got in her shop, so it's lethal. I do go and watch, and then I'm just like, I need that. I don't need it. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. Very dangerous indeed. So many pretty fabrics, which I obviously need. I was saying I'm thinking of doing next year. I'm only allowed to buy 5 prints next year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying to yourself?
Yeah.
unless we go to a show or Kuala Lumpur for fabric shopping. But yeah,
That will be interesting.
it will be. I'm gonna try my best and shop the stash because I have so much behind me. Start making some of it up. Olivia says, I love the sound of the sewing machines. She says, I love the sound of the sewing machines.
Mine's getting a bit overexcited.
Yeah. Laurel says, looked up that Architectural Digest article. I love the faux malachite tiles in Dita's kitchen. I know, her entire kitchen is gorgeous. And the shoe rooms. And then her cats. She has Cornish Rexes.
Oh yeah.
They're very, very beautiful.
Huh?
They're very beautiful. There was one, they're the ones that have got one layer of coat. So it's that kind of, they're kind of like a Siamese but fluffy. So they have like curly fur. Have you not seen a Cornish Rex before? Are they Cornish or Devon Rexes? One of them is called Alistair Wanties. And she has Burleus. And then the lady one as well. Alistair one. There we go. Alistair Wanties. Unfortunately, he passed away, but she's got two other ones. Burleus. They're little curly coats.
Oh, they're funny.
She used to travel with him all the time. He's been all over the world. Really beautiful.
These sound gorgeous.
Yeah, look, they got
Yeah.
filthy. Devonshire Rex, yeah, because there's a Cornish Rex and a Devonshire Rex. I don't know what the difference between the two is, but there is a difference. But again, good if you're allergic to cats,
Oh really?
like sphinxes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Although Russian blues are supposed to produce very much less of the HN something dander that is the cause of cat allergies. Russian blues are supposed to be fairly hypoallergenic. So. I remember our old cat Purdy when I hadn't seen her for a while. She was a long-haired cat and she loved me. And she would insist on the lap and the leading, and then she'd drool all over me. But if I hadn't seen her for a while, I would be streaming. My eyes, everything would just constant. I'd build up an immunity to it. But I've never had that with Chi.
At all.
Not since I've had her. I've had her since she was 8 weeks old. She's 10. Yeah, I think I'm going to get this bit of the skirt done. I think I'm going to call it a day after that. No, don't quilt tired.
Not really.
No. I'm going to get my bias binding sewn down, and then I will do the plain lining later. I think.
Right. Well, I've done 3 sides, 3 edges. I think they look all right, actually. It looks quite nice. It's just random.
Yeah.
And the flowers have just gone over the petals.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could drive yourself crazy trying to do something around that. So I think given the time frame and what it's for, going to be useful. If it's somebody like an heirloom for a bed, then maybe. But for a picnic blanket, I think that's reasonable.
I think it looks very nice.
Yes. Catch up with the chat. Darcy says Anya wants to go outside, but she's not sure what to do after. Jane is disinterested entirely. Elizabeth's was a semi-feral kitten when we brought her in, and she wants to go out, but we have bears and pigs, and yeah, no, I don't want mine to go outside because of the road.
So
Olivia says, I no longer tell myself that I'm not purchasing anything sewing because every time I do, I come across pattern, machine, zipper, buttons that's so reasonably priced I can't leave it. Now I really want to work through my stash next year, and I'm not going to not buy fabric because I'm going to buy probably plains and lining fabrics to like complement what I've already got, but I do want to work through what I've already got because I have a lot, as you can see. So that's the plan. But if I say I can't buy any pretty prints, then like you say, I will immediately see a million that I want. So I'm thinking 5 over the year, unless we go to a show. That's going to be a completely free-for-all because of course it is. And if we go to Kuala Lumpur, that'll be a free-for-all as well. But other than that, I'm going to try and do 5 in a year. I think that's good because that gives me leeway. But yeah. Elena says, I still dream of owning a Maine Coon. I want a totally black one, and his name will be Damon Alexander. Oh. Yeah, we want Maine Coons. There's a breeder on the island that specialises in greys, and they're beautiful. Yeah.
Right then. See you later. Okay. Bye-bye, darling. Bye-bye, peeps.
Jokically says, you're not a lady, you're nothing but a sister, Yank. Darcy says, Elena, Maine Coons are the best cats. It's been a productive day. It has. Olivia says, I have told myself no more sewing machines. Yesterday I was out and about and lo and behold came across a 1960s Singer for $12 along with all the accessories. What's the sewist to do? I mean, yeah, totally. Elena says to Darcy, they're big and fluffy and cuddly and you can take them for a walk on a nice day. Yes. My friend has 2. They're gorgeous. Darcy says Olivia rescued it. Olivia rescued it, I imagine. And Olivia said, yes, I did. And Darcy says, Elena, my cat Lucy was a Maine Coon. Oh. Josephine says, hello. Elena says to Darcy, you were so lucky. And Darcy says, I love big fluffy kitties. And bye to mum. And Olivia says bye to mum as well. Yeah, it's been a productive day. I am determined to get this skirt finished, and I just have to sew the bias binding down, so I can totally do that with you guys. And then I'm going to go curl up with Chi, I think, and I will feel very productive because I actually did what I said I was going to on the title of the hangout. And then I've got Andrea's hangout to look forward to later and see all the pretty fabric that I can't have. You know what's going to happen is that I'm not going to buy any print fabric, but I'm going to see things like that sweater knit. I got the sample from Minerva and I'll just be like, oh, okay. And I will, sweater knits are expensive, so I will just delve into this new expensive realm of fabric purchasing. That's not the idea. I want to try and save some money. I mean, I do think that me by purchasing a house or even a flat is an if now, not a when, which is sad. But with the way things are going, you never know though. You never know. My dream house has come back up for sale on the Isle of Wight. And they have put an Aga in, but it's a white one. I don't like what they've done with the kitchen. Somebody's bought it and like modernized a bunch of stuff, and I don't really like any of the things they've done. So if I bought it, I would take it all out and start again. But they did put an Aga in. And you can have Agas re-enameled, so you can change the color of them. Although they only put like a 2-door Aga in. For such a big house, it seems so silly. But yeah, my dream house is back up for sale on the island. It's like only for 3.5 million. Actually, I think it's gone up to just under 4.
Nothing like fantasy house shopping. Okay, that's one side of the bias binding complete. Just trim off that top so it's neat. We'll need to press that in a second. And then just do the other side. Just totally dropped that thread on the floor. Didn't need to do that at all. And then I need to decide what I'm going to work on this week. I think I'm going to try and do my lace dress. So I do want to do a video for that. And like I say, tomorrow is a filming day. But once the filming is done, I think the lace dress would be fun to do. And then next week's video after that is the capsule collection. So I've got a little bit more filming that I need to do for that and some illustrations that I want to try and do. And then got all those bag projects that I want to do, which I think I will start after I have started the after I've finished the lace dress. And then I've got the 9076 and then the 2 drafting projects to do. So the 9076 should take me a week to do because it's a sew along and it's quite an involved sew along. And I need to do that from the start. And then the drafting projects is a skirt and a waistcoat. And I think I can get that done in a week. Although I have scheduled these things out on my calendar, so I might adjust that schedule accordingly. But I'm excited about trying the lace dress project. So I might reschedule things so that the lace dress project can get done. Nobody's mentioned any sound issues this week, which is awesome. I've just seen Laurel's comment, how rude are those people to not decorate according to my taste? I know, right? How dare they buy my house and then decorate it how I would not decorate it? It's just rude. But they'd clearly bought it. I mean, they bought it for 2.5 million and they've not spent that much on it and they're selling it for 3.95 million. So they clearly bought it to flip it. And they put a swimming pool in, although again, not to my taste. So I would change that. But, you know, I'm talking like I'm winning Euro millions kind of money now. But you never know, Mum might have won. She would buy me that house because the grounds are amazing and Dad could have a gardener. So there's an on-site separate house. So we could have a gardener and a housekeeper. Yeah, you know. See, I'd be a great millionaire. And we're talking like we've won 45 million on the Euro millions kind of money. Darcy says Lucy was short for Lucifer. She was that's an amazing name as well. Shambolic Soa says, thanks for keeping us company. I've got a lot of sewing done whilst you have been chatting. Awesome. Elena says to Darcy, I can imagine myself shouting through the house, Demon, I summon you to join me on a walk. Love it. Darcy says, Laurel, I know. Who does that? Decorating the house and not how I want it. It's Woodvale. It's amazing. It has a turret, a tower. Mum really wants a house with a tower.
So I have a feeling mum and dad would, because they keep saying that if I moved, like if I won the lottery and moved, they wouldn't come with me. But I think if I moved into this one, they totally would, because like I say, it has a tower. Lol. There's me putting in a realistic search. It's not the most expensive house on the island. Well, there's got to be a better outside view than that one. Yeah, there isn't. It's weird. It's quite a view from a distance. Yes. Swimming pool, tower. That's part of the master bedroom suite, this bit here. That's the front door under the portico there. That's part of the master bedroom suite. That's the master bedroom office. That is the front room. That is the that's the front room. Front room there. That's the dining room there. That's the that's the cupola. The what is now a snooker room but was a orangery. There's a kitchen with a courtyard. Yeah. But they've not decorated according to my preferences. How very dare they? Got there one in the kitchen. No, they haven't got a better one in the kitchen. It's better than the kitchen was previously. But no. 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 If I suddenly move to a house that's got a tower, and I haven't mentioned that I won the lottery, I've won the lottery. So, Nimue says, the long hangout today was great to keep me on task. I really want to get this done today so I can get back to kid t-shirt sewing tomorrow. Thanks. Fox says, I finished the dress. It was awesome to have company to sew today. Awesome, yay. And Nimue says, woot, to Fox. Laura says, my mum and I went to an exhibition at a mansion turned museum here in Chicago. One of the rooms has deep peacock blue tiles with bas relief designs of passion flowers. That sounds amazing. And yeah, I would need that. Laura says, I'll have to post a pic of the mansion's sewing room. It's part of the gift shop now. Oh, please. Anyway, says, that's a one dreamy house. Yeah. Joker Clue says, don't forget my dream house has a tower in it. Lol. Rotten Ralph says, I would need a tiny elevator for that house. It does have an elevator. It does have one. It doesn't work, or it didn't work. I don't know if they've repaired this. The people that bought it and done it up have repaired it, but it does have an elevator. And it has extensive cellars that have nothing done to them. Like so many cellars. So like, you know, you would have to have a secret cinema room that you open through you open a door to a TARDIS, and it's big around, yeah, and then you need like a slide to get down there as well, and you need a bookcase door that opens, and because if you have all the money and you don't have that in your house, you're doing it wrong. So yes. Yeah. It does have an elevator though. Elena says all dream houses have a tower. Yes. Laura says, and a secret passage. Don't forget the secret passage, Elena. And Elena says to Laurel, multiple ones. Yes. And Darcy says, must repair the elevator. If they haven't done it already, totally. But it's got an upstairs laundry room, downstairs laundry room. Like I said, it's got a separate annex that hadn't had anything done to it. And I don't think these ones have done it either. I think they've just repaired the front of the house. There's a whole other wing that has like nothing done to it. It hasn't been modernized since the 60s. So, yeah. I would be a good rich person. I would have secret slides and all sorts, because if you have the money and you don't have a bookcase that opens to a secret room, you're doing it wrong. There's an amazing place in New York. I look on Zillow every now and again because I'm weird. But there's an amazing Gothic castle in it's like $60 million. But it does look pretty insane. It's like the kind of place that I can imagine Bianca would totally buy if she had a spare $60 million.
because, you know, who doesn't have a spare $60 million? But yeah, that one was pretty cool. It has a moat. That one must have secret passages. Yay, skirt number 2 is complete. Oh, look how pretty it is. Gonna be so lovely. Oh, I'm so happy. Yay. Yay. It can do its biasy thing because it will drop a little bit at the side seams. Because the other one has. Am I going to take bias binding off, level the hem and re-bias bind and hem the other one? No, I am not. But I am going to learn from that experience and not completely finish this one before it has had a chance to do its thing. So yes. Niels. Darcy says you need a Narnia library too. I really want a double height library, one that's got like, you know, like two heights of shelves and spiral staircases. I have no idea where I get these things from, but that's what I want. Erin says, fingers crossed you win the lottery and redecorate your beautiful home. Must go now. Enjoy your cuddle with Chi. I will. Thank you very much for joining me today. I'm probably going to call it a day too because I am tired. It's been really fun though. Like, it's been really nice to have the energy to do this. Usually, like, my batteries are very depleted sort of this late on in the day, but this has been really fun. Clearly, these were the key. And then it says library in the tower. Oh, I don't know what Mum wants to do with the tower, but the tower room is Mum's. She's always wanted one. So yeah. Joker Clee says, I'm not sure that moat would be practical here in Manitoba, but it would definitely be unique, lol. Though I suppose with some proper maintenance, you could use it as a skating oval in the winter. Yes. Well, Darcy says, sliding ladder is a goal for a library. Totally. Let's see if I can find this place on Zillow. I spend far too much fantasy house shopping. I think it was New York State. Yeah, how do I filter it for showing me? How do I make it show me this price? No max. Okay, done. Apply. No, I want it to show me. It's sort. Price, high to low. Yes. Good grief. 135 million. My 60 million pound Gothic castle is a bargain. If it is in New York, it might be in a different state. I think it's in a different state, or they've lowered the price, or someone's bought it. How very dare they? That's a lot of not my Gothic castle. Maybe it was in that one. Is it in that one? Lots of expensive houses. Oh, I'm in the completely wrong side of the country. I thought that was. Oh, it went for California. No, I want Connecticut. What's the 2-letter code for Connecticut? Connecticut. Just house shopping. Connecticut. Yes, that's one. That's a state, right? Oh dear.
No, I can't find it. I need to look on here because I can. CT, thank you. I was saying Sian. CT. Is it this one? No, it's not this one either. Yes, it is. It was in Connecticut, Woodstock, Connecticut. And they've reduced the price. I must have had it wrong because it's now 29 million. I swear it was 60 at one point. Yes. Look. Got a bridge. You got like a bridge going over your moat to get to your front door. I'm in, please. If you need a look. Yes. I want to live here, please. I mean, I swear it was $60 million and it's now 29. If that's the case, it's a bargain. Let's have two. I mean, it's just mad. It's absolutely bonkers. But look at the position. Oh, no, that's the front door. I don't want that. Request a tour. No. I mean, it is utterly bonkers. Oh, you can have your own elephants. Oh, this is the kitchen. I love the kitchen. But look, you can have your own elephants. But I love the kitchen's round. It's like it reminds me of the house in Casper the Friendly Ghost. That house is amazing. Yeah, I spend far too much time on like fantasy house shopping all over the world. The other place that I really want to live is Key West. That's another one that I have a look at frequently. I have issues. Anna says, have a good week. Thank you. You too. Elena says, you need 2 towers or a castle. Joker Clear says, great. Now I need to consider how to put in both a moat and a second tower on the dream house. Lol, not sure how I'm going to work that into the corner with the arboretum on it, but it might be possible. You can do it. CT is Connecticut. Thank you. Regina says Connecticut CT, but yes, it's in the state. It's a state in the US. Yeah, no, it's like that kind of like New England area. But yeah, Laurel's like, whoa, I know, right? Can you imagine the sewing retreats we could have there? Oh my god, it'd be so cool. Anna says, wow, very Disney looking. Yes. Elena says, Joker, please, you can put a second tower. You can put second. I had separately. And Joker Clear says, it was lol, it was supposedly haunted too. Lol. Yes. And Elena says, if I remember rightly, they have Disney Castle Town in Turkey. Ooh. All of these places and things that I need to visit and have. But yeah. See, this is the sort of real estate that I would be living in if I was a multi-millionaire. I am a strange person. But I swear that house was like 60 million. I swear it was. And it's now 29. It's a bargain. Do you see what I mean? I think Bianca might be happy there as well. I think that's one of the ones that she would definitely be like, yeah, we'll do this. There'll be room for like a filming setup for her at some point in some place in there as well. So yeah. Oh, let's see. Vox says, have a great week. You too. Christine says, have watched all of this hangout on my TV, so just commented on my phone. Brilliant chat. Loved all the diverse topics that have come up. I want a turret house castle too thing, and thinking Balmoral Castle. Nice. Elena says, all the houses in that town is mini Disney Castle. That's so cool. That's so cool. It's been so much fun. 6 hours of waffle. Wow, you guys who put up with me for 6 hours. Thank you very much. I'm really pleased that I got those 2 things done. I'm annoyed that I didn't get the lining done. But you know what? It is what it is, and that is good. And we've had a fun time, and it's been really fun hanging out with you for this long. And I'm so glad I've had the energy to do it. It's been awesome. So, as I say, there is the September-October lookbook coming on Tuesday. There is the November plans coming on Friday. There is a Patreon waffle. I'm going to try and get it up on Wednesday. We've also got the Patreon Zoom call for the $10 and $15 tier. So Laurel and Nimaway, I will see you at that. And Caroline, if you're around still, you might have gone though. And Debbie as well. And then I'm going to try and start doing outfits of the day again for shorts, because I did enjoy those. And just need to remember to not get dressed in my room, get dressed down here. And there will be a hangout next Sunday, although I don't know how long it will be. Not this long, I don't think. But yes, that's the plan for the week. Fingers crossed it all happens. I have appointments on Friday. So Friday is going to be my day off, I think. So filming day tomorrow, and then all those things. I can do it. It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. So thank you very much for hanging out with me today. It has been a lot of fun. And I will see you during the week for all of those things. And I will see you next Sunday for another live hangout. Bye.